Welcome, everyone. This is your friend, the DN What If, here with another exciting fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the story of What If Deku Became a Warrior from Another World? If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more fanfiction content just like this. Now, let's get started with the fanfic. Chapter 1, One New Game Plus. This FIC was inspired by My Hero Academia, adaptation by TSO Kyoto, Please Come Back. I plummeted through an endless abyss, my mind reeling as fragments of memory flashed by like shards of broken glass. The darkness pressed in, heavy and oppressive. I'd been here before, or somewhere like it. Death had a familiar stench. My lips curled into a sardonic grin. Figured. Make it to 17, survive monster attacks and rival clans, only to bite it anyway. What a goddamn joke. Images flickered past, snapshots from a life cut short. My first kill at 12, the blood sticky on my hands. The elders approving nods as I'm shred techniques that should have been beyond me. I reached out, trying to grasp onto something solid, but my fingers passed through empty air. This void was starting to PSS me off. If I was dead, couldn't I at least get some peace and quiet? A hint of movement caught my eye. Someone else was falling nearby. A boy, maybe my age, with a mop of green hair. He flailed wildly, panic clear on his freckled face. Oi! I called out. You new here too? The kid's head snapped towards me, eyes wide. What? Or you? Where are we? I snorted. Hell if I know. Name's Toshiro. You got a name, or should I just call you Green? Izuku, he stammered. Izuku Midoriya. More memories swirled around us. I saw flashes of the kid's life, a loving mother, a school full of assholes, and a burning longing to be. A hero? The hell was that about? So what's your deal? I asked, gesturing at the fragments of his past. Looks like you had it pretty cushy. Izuku flinched. I just wanted to help people. To be a hero like All Might. But I'm quirkless, so everyone said it was impossible. I raised an eyebrow. The F is a quirk? Before he could answer, a pinprick of light appeared in the distance. North, if directions meant anything here. Without thinking, I reached for it. To my surprise, Izuku did the same. Our hands brushed, and suddenly we were falling faster, hurtling towards that distant glow. Izuku yelped in alarm, but I just grit my teeth. Whatever was coming, I'd face it head-on. Don't piss yourself, kid, I growled. Looks like we're in for a ride. The light grew brighter, consuming everything. I braced myself for impact, but instead found myself standing on solid ground. We were in a featureless white expanse, stretching as far as the eye could see. Izuku stumbled, looking around wildly. What is this place? I shrugged. Limbo maybe? Or we're both tripping ball. He turned to face me fully, and I got my first good look at him. Scrawny kid, with those big green eyes practically overflowing with emotion. His lower lip trembled slightly. Grit. I was stuck in the afterlife with a crybaby. So, I said, crossing my arms. You gonna explain what the hell a quirk is, or do I have to guess? Izuku blinked. You really don't know? Where are you from? Another world, apparently, I replied dryly. One where we don't need fancy powers to get shit done. His eyes widened. Another world? That's amazing. How does your society function without quirks? What kind of technology do you have? Are there still heroes? I held up a hand. Slow your roll, kid. One question at a time. And maybe explain your world first, yeah? Izuku nodded eagerly. As he launched into an explanation of quirks and heroes, I found myself reluctantly impressed by his enthusiasm. The kid clearly knew his stuff, even if it all sounded batshit insane to me. So let me get this straight, I said when he finally paused for breath. Most people in your world have some kind of superpower, and instead of using that to get filthy rich, they dress up in tights and punch bad guys? Izuku's brow furrowed. Well, it's more complicated than that. Heroes are an essential part of maintaining peace and dash. I waved a hand dismissively. Yeah, I get it. Noble protectors and all that jazz. But you said you don't have one of these quirks, right? So what's your deal? His face fell. I always dreamed of being a hero, even without a quirk. But everyone said it was impossible. Even All Might told me to be more realistic. I raised an eyebrow. All Might? The big cheese you mentioned earlier? Izuku nodded miserably. He's the symbol of peace, the greatest hero. I've looked up to him my whole life, but when I finally met him... He trailed off, blinking back tears. I sighed. Damn it. I was going soft. I don't know shit about your world or these quirks, but I do know this: anyone who tells you what you can or can't do can go F themselves. Izuku's head snapped up, eyes wide. What? You heard me, I growled. In my world, we didn't have fancy powers. We had to fight tooth and nail for everything. And you know what? We did just fine. Better than fine. We kicked butt and took names. I jabbed a finger at his chest. So if you want to be a hero, be a goddamn hero. Find a way to make it work. Use that big brain of yours to outsmart the muscleheads. Train until you puke. Do whatever it takes. Izuku stared at me, mouth agape. Then, slowly, a smile spread across his face. You really think I could do it? I shrugged. Hell if I know. But I do know that giving up without trying is for cowards and weaklings. He straightened up, a determined glint in his eye. You're right. I can't give up on my dream. I have to keep trying, for Mom's sake if nothing else. I nodded approvingly. There you go. Now you're talking like a warrior. Izuku's smile faltered. But I guess it doesn't matter now, does it? We're dead. I glanced around the empty expanse. Maybe. Or maybe this is just a pit stop. Either way, no use crying about it. We lapsed into silence for a moment. Then Izuku spoke up again, his voice hesitant. Can I ask, how did you die? I snorted. Stupid mistake. Got cocky in a fight. Took a hit I should have dodged. You. He looked away, shame clear on his face. I took some pills. After talking to All Might, after being told to give up on my dream. I just couldn't see the point anymore. I felt a surge of anger. Not at the kid, but at the WisteriaNovels who'd driven him to that point. Listen up, 'cause I'm only gonna say this once. That was a dumbass move, but it doesn't define you. You F'd up. Learn from it and do better next time. Izuku's eyes welled up with tears. But there won't be a next time. I'm dead. I left Mom all alone and dash. Oi! I barked. What did I just say about giving up? We don't know shit about what's going on here. For all we know, we could wake up tomorrow back in the land of the living. He wiped his eyes. You really think so? I shrugged. Stranger things have happened. And if not, well, we'll figure something out. I didn't survive 17 years of constant warfare just to roll over and die in some cosmic waiting room. Izuku managed a watery chuckle. You're really different from anyone I've ever met, Toshiro. Yeah, well, different worlds and all that, I replied. Speaking of which, you never did explain how the hell your society functions with everyone running around with superpowers. His eyes lit up. Oh, well, it all started about 200 years ago when the first quirk manifested in a newborn baby in China. As Izuku launched into another enthusiastic explanation, I found myself actually listening. The kid had a way of making even the craziest shit sound interesting. And who knew? If we did end up back in the land of the living somehow, this info might come in handy. Time passed strangely in the void. Could have been talking for hours or days. Izuku told me about his world, about the rise of quirks and the hero society. In return, I shared stories of my own world, the constant battles, the monster hunts, the complex political maneuvering between clans. Wait, Izuku said at one point, his brow furrowed. You mentioned wives earlier. Plural. How does that work? I smirked. In my world, strong warriors often take multiple wives. Helps ensure strong bloodlines, you know? His face turned bright red. Oh, that's different. I laughed. Relax, kid. I'm not judging your world's customs. Different strokes and all that. As we talked, I found myself growing oddly protective of the green-haired crybaby. He was soft, yeah, but there was a core of steel underneath all that nervousness. kid had potential, if he'd just learned to believe in himself. Eventually, our conversations circled back to our current predicament. So what do you think happens now? Izuku asked, glancing around the empty expanse. I shrugged. Hell if I know. But sitting around isn't gonna accomplish anything. I say we pick a direction and start walking. He nodded hesitantly. I guess that makes sense. But which way? I pointed to our right. That way's as good as any. Let's move. We set off across the featureless plain. As we walked, Izuku peppered me with more questions about my world, my fighting style, anything he could think of. I answered as patiently as I could, though some of his more naive questions had me rolling my eyes. After what felt like hours of walking, a change finally appeared on the horizon. A door materialized in the distance, standing alone with no walls to support it. Well, I said dryly, that's not ominous at all. Izuku gulped. Should we go through it? I raised an eyebrow. You see any other options, Green? He shook his head. We approached the door cautiously. It was a simple wooden affair, unremarkable except for its presence in this blank void. I reached for the handle, then paused. Whatever's on the other side. You ready for it? Izuku took a deep breath, squaring his shoulders. I think so. Thank you, Toshiro. For everything. I grunted, uncomfortable with the sincerity in his voice. Don't get sappy on me now, kid. Let's just see what's behind door number 1. With that, I turned the handle and pushed the door open. A blinding light poured out, engulfing us both. I felt a sensation of falling, of being pulled in 1,000 directions at once. The last thing I heard was Izuku's startled yelp before consciousness slipped away entirely. I jolted awake with a gasp, my heart pounding. Sunlight streamed through unfamiliar curtains, illuminating a room I'd never seen before. I blinked, trying to orient myself. The events in the void came rushing back. Izuku. The door. And now, where the hell was I? I sat up, taking in my surroundings. A small, cluttered bedroom. All Might posters plastered the walls. A desk covered in notebooks. And when I caught sight of my reflection in a nearby mirror, I nearly fell out of the bed. Green hair. Freckles. A face I recognized but not as my own. Well, I muttered, running a hand through my Vizu's unruly hair. This is gonna be interesting. A knock at the door startled me. Izuku, a woman's voice called. Are you up, sweetie? Breakfast is ready. I took a deep breath. If I was in Izuku's body, that must be his mother. Time to see if I could pull this off. Coming, Mom. I called back, trying to mimic Izuku's nervous energy. This was going to take some getting used to. As I got out of bed, my mind raced. I was in Izuku's world now, in his body. A world of heroes and villains, of quirks and quirkless outcasts. A world where, apparently, I was supposed to be some weak, crybaby kid with delusions of heroism. Well, that noise. If this was my second chance at life, I was going to make the most of it. Izuku wanted to be a hero? Fine. I'd show this world what a real warrior could do with or without a fancy quirk. A grin spread across my face as I headed for the door. Things were about to get very interesting indeed. 39 comment. Chapter 2, Day 1, Recalibration. I opened the door, stepping into the unfamiliar hallway. The scent of miso soup and grilled fish wafted up, making my stomach growl. Izuku's memories flickered through my mind. Mom always makes a big breakfast on Sundays, mixing with my own recollections of sparse meals between training sessions. I made my way downstairs, each step feeling simultaneously familiar and foreign. The house was small but cozy, filled with the kind of warmth I'd only seen in other people's homes. Photos lined the walls, Izuku and his mother at various ages, always smiling. No battle trophies or clan emblems here. Inko Midoriya stood at the stove, her back to me as she hummed a quiet tune. She was shorter than I expected, with the same green hair as Izuku, pulled back in a simple ponytail. When she turned, her face lit up with a smile that made my chest ache in a way I couldn't quite explain. Good morning, sweetie, she said, setting a plate of food on the table. Did you sleep well? I nodded, not trusting myself to speak just yet. My own mother had died when I was young. I barely remembered her face. But Inko's presence filled the room with a palpable sense of love and care that I'd never experienced before. I sat down at the table, staring at the spread before me. In my world, meals were fuel, nothing more. But this was something else entirely. The care put into each dish was evident, from the perfectly grilled fish to the precisely cut fruit. "Is everything okay, Izuku?" Inko asked, her brow furrowing in concern. "You're awfully quiet this morning." I cleared my throat, forcing myself to meet her gaze. "Yeah, I'm fine." But thinking. She sat down across from me, her eyes, so much like Izu's, studying my face. "What about?" I took a deep breath, steeling myself. "Mom, can I ask you something?" She nodded, reaching out to pat my hand. The casual affection nearly made me flinch. "Of course, sweetie. You can ask me anything. You know what I want to be, right? A hero?" The words felt strange in my mouth, but Izuku's memories supplied the context. "I want your honest opinion. Do you think I can do it?" Inko's eyes widened, a flicker of pain crossing her face before she composed herself. She was silent for a long moment, her fingers idly tracing patterns on the tablecloth. When she spoke, her voice was soft but steady. "Izuku," she paused, taking a deep breath. "I want you to be happy. More than anything in the world. And I know how much being a hero means to you. But I worry. You're quirkless and the world can be so cruel. I don't want to see you hurt." I nodded, processing her words. It wasn't the answer Izuku had hoped for, but I could respect her honesty. "But do you think I can do it? If I work hard enough?" Inko's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Oh, Izuku. If anyone could find a way, it would be you. I wish it wasn't so dangerous." I reached out, awkwardly patting her hand. Physical comfort wasn't my strong suit, but it felt right. "I understand. Thank you for being honest." She smiled, wiping her eyes. "I'll always support you, Izuku, no matter what path you choose. I just want you to be careful, okay?" I nodded, turning my attention to the food before it got cold. As I ate, I mulled over our conversation. Inko clearly loved Izuku deeply, but her fear for his safety was holding them both. But if I was going to make this work, if I was going to turn Izuku's dream into a reality, I'd need to prove to her that I could handle myself. "Hey, Mom," I said between bites. I was thinking about starting a new training regimen. To get in better shape. Inko looked up, surprise evident on her face. "Oh, that's good, Izuku. Just don't push yourself too hard, okay?" I nodded, already planning out a schedule in my head. Basic strength training to start, then moving on to more advanced techniques. I'd need to find a place to practice without drawing attention. Maybe that beach Izuku's memories supplied, the one covered in trash. It'd be perfect. "Don't worry," I said, offering what I hoped was a reassuring smile. "I'll be careful." After breakfast, I retreated to Izuku's room, ostensibly to study. I closed the door to Izuku's room behind me and paused. The morning light streamed through the window, illuminating what could only be described as a shrine to All Might. Posters plastered every available wall space, action shots, promotional images, even rare vintage prints. Figurines lined multiple shelves, arranged in chronological order from All Might's early career to his current costume. "Well, sheet." The words slipped out before I could stop them. I walked over to the desk, running my fingers over a limited edition Silver Age figure still in its original packaging. The level of preservation was impressive. Clearly Izuku took his collection seriously. A notebook lay open beside it, pages filled with detailed analysis of hero quirks and fighting techniques. The handwriting was neat but dense, cramped together as if trying to fit as much information as possible onto each page. "Hero Analysis for the Future, Volume 13, I read aloud, picking up the notebook. Flipping through the pages revealed intricate diagrams, combat scenarios, and theoretical applications of various quirks. This wasn't just fanboy obsession, this was serious research. More notebooks filled a shelf above the desk, each labeled and numbered. I pulled out Volume 1, noting the childish handwriting and simple drawings. By Volume 13, the analysis had become sophisticated enough to rival some of the tactical manuals I'd studied in my own world. Smart kid, I thought, settling into the desk chair. Analyzing quirks, documenting weaknesses. He's been preparing for this his whole life. The walls told their own story. Newspaper clippings and magazine articles chronicled All Might's career, arranged in rough chronological order. Some showed signs of frequent handling, corners worn smooth, tape yellowed with age. Others were pristine, protected behind clear plastic sleeves. Mom must have helped with these, I muttered, noting the careful preservation of the older items. The thought sparked another memory, Inko carefully mounting a new poster while a young Izuku bounced with excitement. My eyes landed on a framed photo on the nightstand. A much younger Izuku grinned at the camera, wearing an All Might costume that was clearly homemade. Inko knelt beside him, her smile matching his in intensity. They looked unburdened. I picked up the photo, studying the child's face. No sign of the pain and disillusionment that would come later, when he learned he was quirkless. Just pure, unrestrained joy. You really believe in him, don't you? I asked the smiling boy in the photo. All my all of it. I set the photo back on the nightstand, my eyes scanning the room one last time. The collection spoke of dedication, obsession, but also of hope. Something I hadn't felt in a long time. Right. I stood up, cracking my neck. Time to get started. I dug through Izuku's closet, pushing aside a disturbing number of All Might hoodies before finding what I needed, black sweatpants and a well-worn All Might t-shirt. The shirt was faded, the iconic smile slightly cracked from repeated washing. It'd do. After changing, I grabbed Izuku's phone from the desk. The passcode came naturally, All Might's debut date. Of course. I opened the camera app, propping the phone against a stack of notebooks. Day 1 of becoming the world's first quirkless hero, I said to the camera, channeling some of Izuku's earnest energy. Starting point documentation. I stepped back, letting the camera capture my full frame. Izuku's body was underwhelming. Skinny arms, no muscle definition, the kind of build that screamed, easy target, in my world. That would change. A laugh bubbled up, Izuku's laugh, I realized. Not quite maniacal, but definitely scheming. The kind of laugh that said I know something you don't. Future footage for my documentary. Can't you see the headlines? From Zero to Hero, the Quirkless Wonders Journey. I stopped the recording, checking the playback. Perfect. Just the right mix of determination and slight madness. Future audiences would eat it up. The run to Takoba Municipal Beach Park tested every ounce of my patience. Izuku's body protested each step, lungs burning after the first kilometer. By the time the coastline came into view, I was drenched in sweat and questioning my life choices. Jesus. F-I-N-G. Christ, I gasped, hands on my knees as I surveyed the beach. Or what should have been a beach. The sand vanished under mountains of trash, old appliances, furniture, scrap metal, all piled haphazardly as far as the eye could see. I pulled out the phone again, this time recording the wasteland before me. Perfect training ground. Plenty of heavy objects for strength training, isolated location. I panned across the debris field. And cleaning this up would make for great PR. The hero who restored Takoba Beach. My legs still shook from the run, but I forced myself to stand straight. Day 1 objectives: assess the terrain, establish baseline strength levels, and mark out a training area. I stopped recording and tucked the phone away. Time to see what this body could do. I approached the nearest pile, eyeing a rusted refrigerator. In my original body, I could have lifted it one-handed. I planted my feet and gripped the sides. Proper form, I reminded myself. Back straight, lift with the legs. I strained upward. The fridge didn't budge. Well, I muttered, wiping sweat from my brow. Sheet. Comment. 20 comment. Chapter 3. 3 Junkyard Dog. I stared at the immovable refrigerator, sweat dripping down my neck. The morning sun beat down mercilessly, turning the junkyard into a metal oven. After 3 hours of sorting trash into manageable piles, My arms trembled from exhaustion. Progress report, day 1. I said to the phone propped on a broken microwave. Current status, getting my butt kicked by home appliances. I peeled off my sweat-soaked shirt, grimacing at how it clung to my skin. The fabric was already starting to tear at the seams from the strain. All Might's faded smile looked almost mocking now. Physical assessment complete. Current strength level, pathetic. Endurance, laughable. But I gestured to the cleared area behind me, about 3 meters square. Making progress. Slow and steady. The shirt was ruined anyway, so I tore it into strips. 2 pieces wrapped around my palms, protection against the rusty metal. Another strip became a makeshift headband to keep sweat from my eyes. The rest I tucked into my pocket for later. New strategy, I continued, facing the camera. Breaking down larger items into manageable pieces. Working smarter, not harder. I paused, then grinned, though definitely still working harder than anyone else. I stopped recording and surveyed my domain of garbage. The refrigerator mocked me, but beside it sat a pile of smaller appliances, toasters, microwaves, bits of scrap metal. Things I could actually move. 1 piece at a time, I thought, grabbing a dented toaster. Rome wasn't built in a day, and heroes aren't made overnight. The sun climbed higher as I worked, marking time in sweat and aching muscles. Each trip to the designated cleanup zone felt longer than the last. My makeshift hand wraps grew stiff with dried blood despite my best efforts. Day 1, final update, I recorded 12 hours later. The setting sun painted the trash heaps in shades of orange and red. Total area cleared, approximately 10 square meters. Not enough. Not nearly enough. I panned the camera across my progress, a small patch of sand reclaimed from the wasteland. Then to my torso, documenting the starting point. Izuku's body showed the day's strain, angry red scratches, forming bruises, muscles trembling with fatigue. But no real change. Not yet. Tomorrow we start for real, I said. This was just a warm-up. The walk home took twice as long as the morning run. Every step sent spikes of pain through my abused muscles. But I kept moving, already planning tomorrow's assault on the beach. Inko waited at the door, her eyes widening at my appearance. Izuku, what happened to your shirt? Are you hurt? Training, I said, attempting a reassuring smile. Nothing serious. Just got a little carried away. She reached out, fingers hovering over a particularly nasty scratch on my shoulder. This looks serious. Let me get the first aid kit dash. Mom. I caught her hand gently. I'm okay, really. This is nothing compared to what heroes deal with. Her face fell slightly. That's what worries me. I squeezed her hand before letting go. I know, but I need to do this. Trust me? She studied my face for a long moment, then sighed. At least let me clean those cuts. And you're taking a hot bath before dinner. Yes, ma'am. I followed her inside, muscles screaming in protest. I sank into the steaming bath, a groan escaping my lips as the hot water enveloped my aching muscles. The bathroom mirror had already fogged up, obscuring my earlier glimpse of Izuku's battered body. Purple bruises bloomed across his shoulders, joining the constellation of scratches and cuts Inko had carefully cleaned and bandaged. 20 minutes, okay? Inko's voice carried through the door. Then dinner. Got it, I called back, letting my head rest against the edge of the tub. The water's heat seeped into my bones, and I found my thoughts drifting. 10 hours of manual LBR should have destroyed this untrained body. Back home, I'd seen fresh recruits collapse from less. Yet here I was, battered but functional. The muscle fatigue was intense, yes, but not debilitating. I lifted one arm, studying the pale skin through the steam. Already the smaller scratches looked days old rather than hours. The deeper cuts had stopped bleeding entirely, their edges pink with new tissue. Interesting. I submerged the arm, watching ripples spread across the water's surface. Either this world has some baseline enhanced healing, or the alternative tickled at the edge of my consciousness. Izuku's memories supplied no evidence of unusual recovery abilities. If anything, his childhood injuries had healed normally, Scraped knees taking days to scab over, bruises lingering for weeks. So what changed? I closed my eyes, focusing inward. The ache in my muscles felt different. Not the sharp, tearing pain of overexertion, but something deeper. Like the tissue itself was reorganizing, strengthening. Heavenly restriction. The thoughts surfaced unbidden. In my world, since we didn't have powers to defeat those monsters, our clan gained something in return, the potential for unlimited physical growth. Was it possible? Izuku. Inko knocked softly. Are you falling asleep in there? No, I said, sitting up straighter. Just thinking. Well, think while you eat. Food's ready. I stood, watching water cascade off this borrowed body. If I was right, if Izuku's quirkless state granted him the same potential as my world's restricted ones, then this changed everything. The dining room table groaned under the weight of enough food for 3 people. Inko wrung her hands as I entered, her eyes tracking my movements for signs of pain. I made extra, she said, gesturing to the spread. You must be starving after. Whatever you were doing today. I sank into my chair, the fresh clothes she'd laid out soft against my tender skin. Thanks, Ma. This looks amazing. She sat across from me, her shoulders tight with unspoken worry. Izuku, about your training. I know what you're going to say. I reached for the rice, piling my bowl high. It looks bad, but I'm being careful. Really? Are you? Her chopsticks tapped against her bowl. Because those cuts are already healing. I pushed up my sleeve, showing her the fading scratches. See? I'm tougher than I look. Her eyes narrowed, studying the injuries with maternal intensity. That's unusual. Maybe. I shrugged, digging into my food. Or maybe I'm just good at healing. Izuku. The steel in her voice made me look up. What exactly are you doing at this training? I set down my chopsticks, considering my words carefully. You know Takoba Beach? The junkyard? Her nose wrinkled. That dangerous place full of rusty metal and dash, she paled. Please tell me you're not cleaning it up. I met her gaze steadily. One piece at a time. It's perfect strength training, and when I'm done, I'll have given something back to the community. But she gestured helplessly at my arms. The risk of infection, tetanus. I got my shots, I said, Izuku's memories confirming it. And I'm being smart about it. Using gloves, taking breaks, staying hydrated. Her lips pressed into a thin line. This isn't like normal training, Izuku. This is real. I leaned forward, letting some of my passion show. This is what being a hero means, Mom. Not just fighting villains, but helping people. Making things better. She stared at me for a long moment, something unreadable in her expression. You've changed. Have I? Yes. She reached across the table, her fingers ghosting over a bandage on my forearm. You seem older somehow. More focused. I caught her hand, squeezing gently. I'm still me. But growing up, maybe. Her eyes glistened. Too fast. Hey. I stood, circling the table to pull her into an awkward hug. Physical affection didn't come naturally to me, but Izuku's body knew the motions. I'm not going anywhere. Just getting stronger. She pressed her face against my shoulder, her tears dampening my shirt. Promise me you'll be careful. Really careful. I promise. I stroked her hair, marveling at how such a simple gesture could carry so much meaning. I promise to let you help. With the first aid at least. She pulled back, wiping her eyes. And proper meals. You'll need the energy. Deal. I returned to my seat, attacking my food with renewed vigor. Speaking of which. She laughed, the sound watery but genuine. There's more in the kitchen. Eat as much as you need. Later, sprawled across Izuku's bed, I stared at the All Might posters surrounding me. The symbol of peace grinned down from every angle, his eternal smile both inspiring and slightly unnerving. What would you think, I murmured, of a quirkless hero with unlimited potential? My muscles still ached, but the pain had changed character again. Le Sharp more transformative. like the body was rebuilding itself, stronger than before. I pulled out my phone, opening a new note. Day 1 observations. Enhanced healing factor? Cuts/bruises fading faster than normal. Muscle recovery accelerated. Endurance exceeded expectations. Possible heavenly restriction manifestation. Need baseline measurements for comparison. Document all changes. Tomorrow would bring fresh challenges. The beach wouldn't clear itself, and this body needed serious conditioning before I could even think about hero training. Ashit, I have school tomorrow. Comment. 17 comment. Chapter 4. For the wolf in Deku's clothing. The Aldra uniform chafed against my raw skin. I adjusted the tie, studying my reflection in the bathroom mirror. 3 hours of hauling junk had left its mark, faint scratches across my forearms, a bruise darkening on my shoulder. Nothing that would raise alarms, but enough to notice. At least the shirt covers most of it. The walk to school gave me time to catalog the differences in my body. Each step felt lighter than yesterday, muscles adapting faster than they should. Normal humans didn't recover this quickly. Normal humans didn't feel stronger after a single day of training. But I'm not normal, am I? Aldra Junior High rose before me, a monument to mediocrity. Students streamed through the gates, their morning chatter a dull roar. I spotted Bakugo ahead, his spiky hair unmistakable. His shoulders tensed as I approached, but he kept walking. Interesting. The old Izuku would have shrunk away, grateful for being ignored. But I saw the slight hesitation in Bakugo's stride, the way his head tilted just enough to track my movement in his peripheral vision. The sludge villain incident had changed things. Not enough for Bakugo to acknowledge Izuku directly, his pride wouldn't allow that. But enough to make him uncertain. First PRD dragged. The teacher's voice faded into white noise as I reviewed Izuku's notebooks. His analysis was impressive, if unfocused. Pages of quirk observations and hero statistics, but no practical applications. All theory, no execution. Midoriya. The teacher's sharp voice cut through my thoughts. Perhaps you'd like to solve this equation? I glanced at the board. Basic algebra. Child's play compared to calculating explosive force trajectories. X equals -7, I said without standing. The polynomial factors to dash. That's correct. He frowned, thrown by my casual response. Pay attention anyway. Several students turned to stare. I met their gazes coolly until they looked away. Even this small act of defiance felt foreign in Izuku's body. His memories suggested a pattern of shrinking, apologizing, making himself small. Not anymore. History class proved more interesting. This world's development had diverged significantly after quirks appeared. Power dynamics, social structures, even basic technology evolved differently when a percentage of the population gained supernatural abilities. I took actual notes this time, comparing the timeline to my own world's history. The emergence of quirks had fractured society in ways my universe never experienced. Yet somehow they'd rebuilt, adapted, created an entire hero system to channel and control these powers. Fascinating. Inefficient, but fascinating. Lunch couldn't come soon enough. I claimed a spot on the roof, away from the crowds. The morning's workout had left me ravenous. Inko had packed enough food for 3 people, bless her. Well, if it isn't little Deku. I didn't look up from my lunch. 3 sets of footsteps approached, Bakugo's usual hangers-on, but not the man himself. Interesting. Heard you've been working out. The leader, Tanaka? Izuku's memories circled into view. Trying to be a hero again? I took another bite of rice. The food here was better than my world, I'd give them that. Hey! Tanaka slammed his hands on the wall beside me. I'm talking to you, Deku. I chewed slowly, deliberately. Let them stew in my silence. Think you're tough now? The second boy couldn't remember his name, stepped closer. Just because you got lucky with that sludge villain? For more bites. Then I can justify punching someone. Maybe he needs a reminder. Tanaka reached for my lunch. Quirkless losers should know their dash. My chopsticks snapped between my fingers. Just cheap wood, but the sound cupped through their posturing. I'm eating, I said quietly. Leave. They exchanged glances, thrown by the steel in my voice. This wasn't the meek Deku they expected. Or what? Tanaka's quirk manifested, hardened fingernails extending into claws. You'll cry to the teachers? 3 bites left. Almost there. Bet he thinks he's special now. The third boy sneered. Probably jerk us off thinking about being All Might's sidekick. 2 bites. Nah. Tanaka leaned closer, his breath hot on my neck. He's probably too busy crying about his where mo dashed. The chopsticks crumbled to dust in my grip. I moved. No warning, no posturing, no drawn-out exchange of threats. Just a simple pivot and strike, my fist connecting with Tanaka's jaw in a textbook right hook. The crack echoed across the roof. Tanaka sprawled backward, blood spraying from his split lip. His friends froze, eyes wide with shock. I stood slowly, brushing rice from my uniform. Tanaka lay groaning, his quirk deactivated. 1 hit. That's all it had taken to shatter his fragile bravado. My mother, I said softly, is none of your concern. The other 2 backed away, helping Tanaka to his feet. His eyes rolled unfocused, jaw already swelling. Probably concussed. You're crazy, one of them whispered. F-I-N-G psycho. I picked up my lunch, appetite gone. Tell the nurse he fell. Otherwise. I smiled, channeling the expression that used to terrify new recruits. We'll have to continue this discussion. They fled, dragging their semi-conscious friend. I watched them go, a familiar calm settling over me. Violence was simple. Violence I understood. But this isn't my world, a voice whispered. These aren't soldiers or monsters. They're children. I examined my knuckles. No blood, no bruising. Just like the training injuries, my body adapted instantly to the trauma of impact. Another data point supporting my theory. The bell rang, signaling the end of lunch. I gathered my things, already composing responses for the inevitable questions. Tanaka wouldn't admit to being dropped by the Quirkless kid. His pride wouldn't allow it. And his friends. I smiled again, remembering their faces. They'd keep quiet too. Besides, I thought, heading back to class, what's one more secret in this borrowed life? The afternoon classes passed in a blur. Teachers droned, students whispered, and I planned my next beach assault. The 10 square meters I'd cleared yesterday were just the beginning. With my enhanced recovery, I could push harder, work longer. A commotion at the school gates drew my attention as classes ended. Tanaka had emerged from the nurse's office, sporting an impressive bruise and a story about falling downstairs. His friends hovered nearby, carefully not looking in my direction. Smart boys. I took the long way home, letting my thoughts drift. Violence had always been my first response in the other world. It had to be monsters didn't respond to reason. But here, in this softer universe of heroes and rules, I'll need to be more careful, I decided. Save the violence for real threats. I pushed open the front door, finding the house dark and quiet. Mom's shoes missing from the entryway confirmed she was still at. A note on the kitchen counter caught my eye. Extra dinner in the fridge. Don't wait up, late shift tonight. Love you. My fingers traced the hurried scrawl. Izuku's memories surfaced, years of similar notes, his mother working double shifts to support them after his father left. Her exhausted smile when she'd come home late, still making time to ask about his day. I'll take care of you, I promised silently. As soon as I make it as a hero, you'll never work another late shift again. The beach stretched before me, a monument to human wastefulness. I'd barely made a dent in the endless sea of trash. But something caught my eye, a figure perched atop a refrigerator near my cleared area. An old man sat cross-legged on the appliance, sipping water from a battered thermos. His white hair stood up in spikes, and an impressive mustache twitched as he watched me approach. Despite his age, lean muscle rippled under his martial arts GI. Afternoon, he said, voice gravelly with age. His eyes tracked my movements with unsettling precision. I grunted in response, moving to grab a twisted piece of rebar. The old man's presence set off warning bells, but I had work to do. Interesting technique. He took another sip. Though your stance needs work, I straightened, studying him more carefully. His posture seemed casual, but something in the way he held himself. I don't recall asking for advice. Mph. He stroked his mustache. Youth these days. No respect for their elders. I hefted the rebar, testing its weight. Most elders don't spend their afternoons watching teenagers clean beaches. True. His eyes crinkled with amusement. Most teenagers don't spend their afternoons clearing junkyards either. I have my reasons. Oh. He tilted his head. And what might those be? I turned away, resuming my work. None of your business, old man. His laugh echoed across the beach. Gaha. Direct, aren't you? I hate when people dance around things. I ignored him, focusing on dismantling a broken washing machine. His eyes burned into my back as I worked, assessing every movement. Your form is terrible, he said after several minutes. You'll tear something if you keep lifting like that. Thanks for the concern. I yanked free a sheet of metal. But I'm fine. Clearly. His voice dripped sarcasm. That's why you're favoring your left side and overcompensating with your shoulders. I paused. He wasn't wrong. I'd unconsciously adjusted my movements to account for lingering soreness. What's it to you? Nothing. He shrugged. Just an old man offering free advice. Take it or leave it. I studied him again. Despite his relaxed pose, nothing about him suggested weakness. If anything, you're a martial artist. Was. He patted the refrigerator. Now I'm just a retiree who enjoys ocean views. From a junkyard? Best seats in town. He grinned, mustache twitching. No tourists. Something about his manner nagged at me. The careful way he moved, the sharp intelligence behind his casual words. This was no ordinary old man. If you're going to keep watching, I said finally, you might as well make yourself useful. What's wrong with my form? His grin widened. Oh, now you want advice? I want to work efficiently. I gestured at the endless piles of trash. If you actually know something helpful. He set down his thermos. First, your breathing is all wrong. You're tensing when you should be relaxed, fighting yourself more than the weight. The sun sank lower as he spoke, pointing out flaws in my technique I hadn't even noticed. Small adjustments that made each movement more efficient, less taxing. The old man knew his stuff. Better, he said as I implemented his suggestions. Though your footwork still needs work. Footwork. I wiped sweat from my eyes. I'm hauling trash, not dancing. Everything is connected. He slid off the refrigerator with grace. Balance, breathing, movement, it all matters. Even for simple LBR. I snorted. Simple LBR that no one else is willing to do. True. He studied the cleared area, now significantly larger than this morning. Though I wonder why you are. I stayed silent, moving another pile of scrap to the designated zone. Well. He stretched, joints popping. This has been entertaining, but I should go. Same time tomorrow, I hope. Tomorrow? He started walking away, movements fluid despite his age. If you're interested in learning proper technique. I watched him go, questions burning in my throat. But something told me pushing for answers would be counterproductive. I never got your name, I called after him. He waved without turning. No, you didn't. Cryptic old BSTRD. But as I returned to work, I found myself incorporating his suggestions. Each movement felt smoother, more natural. The pile of cleared trash grew steadily larger. The sun had nearly set when I finally called it quits. My muscles burned pleasantly, but nothing like yesterday's bone-deep exhaustion. Either the old man's advice had helped more than I'd thought, or I flexed my hand, watching tendons shift under the skin. The workout should have left me destroyed, yet here I was, ready for more. Normal humans didn't recover this fast. But I'm not normal, am I? Whether this enhanced recovery came from my presence in Izuku's body or something that had always been dormant within him, one thing was clear, I had an advantage. And I intended to use it. The walk home gave me time to think. About training, about the old man's mysterious appearance, about the promise I'd made to Inko. So many pieces to juggle, so many secrets to keep. One day at a time, I reminded myself. Focus on what's in front of you. Right now, that meant getting stronger. Everything else would follow. The house was still dark when I returned. I heated up the dinner she'd left, eating mechanically while reviewing the day's progress in my head. Soon, I promised the empty kitchen. Soon you won't have to work so hard. But promises needed power to back them up. And power took time. 20 comment. Chapter 5. 5 Unlearning to Learn. And that's exactly what I focused on my first month in this world. The days blurred together in a rhythm of lifting, hauling, and adapting. Each sunrise found me at the beach earlier than the day before. Each sunset left more cleared space in my wake. The old man Gramps, as I'd taken to calling him, maintained his perch on that DMN refrigerator, dispensing wisdom between sips from his thermos. Your center of gravity's still too high, he called out one morning as I wrestled with a rusted engine block. Drop your hips. Let the earth support the weight. I adjusted my stance, feeling the difference immediately. The metal groaned as I lifted it, but my back no longer strained against the load. Better. Marginally. He stroked his mustache, eyes sharp beneath bushy brows. Though watching you fumble around is entertaining enough. The training weights he'd brought a week ago clinked as I moved, a constant reminder of their presence. 20 kilos distributed across my limbs and torso, worn day and night. They'd seemed laughable at first, until Gramps demonstrated their purpose by moving faster than my eyes could track while wearing twice as much. Keep a video log, he'd suggested after that display. Document your progress. You'll want to see how far you've come later. I already was. Every evening, I'd prop up my phone and record my thoughts while sorting through the day's haul. Day 8, I narrated to the camera. Cleared. Another section near the waterline. Bodies adapting faster than expected, bruises from yesterday already faded. Don't forget to mention your excellent teacher. Gramps shouted from off-screen. I rolled my eyes. And the old man's still here. Apparently he lives on that refrigerator now. Respect your elders, brat. The camera captured our banter, preserving moments I hadn't realized would matter. Like the day Gramps arranged for industrial garbage trucks to park near our work zone, solving the disposal issue that had been slowing progress. Day 15. 6% of the beach cleared so far. The trucks help, but there's still so much to move. I flexed my fingers before the lens. Calluses forming nicely though. Grip strength's improving. The physical changes became more noticeable as weeks passed. My shoulders broadened, arms thickened with lean muscle. School uniforms grew tight across the chest, breathes riding high above my ankles. But the mental shifts proved more intriguing. The line between Izuku's memories and my own began to blur. His knowledge of heroes merged with my combat experience. His analytical mind complemented my tactical training. 2 sets of instincts melding into something new. Day 23, I told the camera. Had to buy new shoes. Old ones split at the seams during this morning's run. Gramps wandered into frame, settling cross-legged beside me. Tell them about the refrigerator stack. You mean the one you made me rebuild 6 times? For proper form. He grinned at the camera. The boy's learning. Slowly. The old man's presence had become a constant, his gruff wisdom shaping more than just my training. He never asked about my past, never questioned why a teenager would spend every free hour hauling trash. Just watched, advised, and occasionally demonstrated techniques that defied physics. Day 30. Nearly finished the north section. I panned the camera across the cleared area. Starting to see actual sand again. Sand that needs sweeping, Gramps called from his perch. A proper workspace should be maintained. I turned the camera toward him. The emissary speaks. Any other wisdom to share? He stroked his mustache thoughtfully. Youth is wasted on the young. That's not wisdom, that's a cliché. All wisdom starts as cliché. His eyes crinkled. Until you live long enough to understand it. The sun sank toward the horizon, painting the remaining trash heaps in shades of gold. I stopped the recording, tucking the phone away as Gramps climbed down from his refrigerator throne. Tell me, boy. He stretched, joints popping. Why are you really here? I studied him, weighing truth against caution. I'm training. Obviously. He gestured at the cleared space. But training for what? UA's entrance exam. 9 months from now. Ah. His expression shifted, something calculating entering his gaze. The hero course? I nodded. Without a quirk? That's right. He stood silent for a long moment, mustache twitching as he considered my answer. Then, slowly, a grin spread across his weathered face. Well then, you'll need a teacher. He dropped into a stance I'd never seen before, power radiating from his slight frame. Fight me. I laughed, turning away from the old man. Good one, Gramps. See you tomorrow. Running already? His voice carried across the beach. And here I thought you wanted to be a hero. My feet stopped. Sand crunched beneath my shoes. Young people these days. Metal groaned as he settled back on his refrigerator. All talk, no spine. At least your mother makes good tea. I pivoted slowly. What did you say? Oh. He sipped from his thermos. The boy has ears after all. I was beginning to wonder, given how often you ignore proper form corrections. I don't ignore Dash. You do. His eyes locked onto mine. Just like you're ignoring this opportunity. But that's fine. Not everyone has what it takes. Heat rose in my chest. I have what it takes. Evidence suggests otherwise. He gestured at the beach. A month of watching you fumble around like a drunken sailor. No technique. No DSPLN. Just brute force and stubbornness. I cleared half the north section Dash. By throwing your weight around like a common thug. He set his thermos down. I won't even need to attack. Defense alone will prove my point. You think you can just sit there and dash? I know I can. That infuriating mustache twitched. Because you're not ready. Not even close. The training weights felt heavier suddenly. Or maybe that was my pride. Fine. I dropped into a fighting stance. Let's see how well you defend. At least try to make it interesting. He didn't move from his perch. I'd hate to fall asleep up here. I launched forward, sand spraying behind me. The straight punch, simple, direct, meant to test his guard. He tilted his head slightly. My fist passed through empty air. Telegraphed. He hadn't shifted position. You might as well have sent a letter announcing that attack. I spun, throwing a roundhouse kick at his midsection. Again, a minimal movement. Again, nothing but air. Better angle, worse execution. He picked up his thermos. Your center's still too high. Frustration built with each miss. Hook, cross, uppercut, combinations that had won fights in my old world met nothing but space. The old man sipped his tea, offering critique between dodges. Foot placement sloppy. Watch your elbow. Are you aiming for me or the ocean? My strikes grew faster, harder. The training weights sang as I moved, but they couldn't match the fluid grace of his evasions. He read my attacks like a children's book, always a step ahead. Interesting. His tone shifted. Those aren't hero moves. I threw another combination. Throat, temple, solar plexus, vital points that would end a fight permanently. You're not trying to subdue. He set his thermos down again. You're trying to kill. Shut up and fight. No. His voice cracked like a WHP. This stops now. I lunged. His hand moved, the first real motion I'd seen. My world tilted. Sky replaced sand in my vision. Impact drove the air from my lungs. He stood over me, no longer the playful old man. Power radiated from his frame, an almost visible force that pressed against my chest. Who trained you? I stayed silent. Your form is military. Special forces, maybe black ops. But the killing intent. He shook his head. That's something else entirely. You don't know anything. I know enough. He extended a hand. Get up. We're starting over. I stared at his offered hand. Starting what? Your real training. His eyes held mine. Unless you'd rather keep pretending those moves will work at UA. They're effective dash. They're lethal. And that's not what heroes do. He wiggled his fingers. So? Ready to learn, Or should I go back to my tea? I grabbed his hand. He pulled me up with surprising strength, nodding as I brushed sand from my clothes. First lesson. He dropped into that strange stance again. A hero's strength protects. Watch closely. His movements flowed like water, power without violence. Each step kicked up tiny spirals of sand, each gesture contained perfect control. This was what I'd glimpsed in his dodges, not just evasion, but an entire philosophy of movement. Waterstream rock smashing fist. Pride filled his voice. My life's work. And now your new headache. You're going to teach me? Someone has to. He gestured at my stance. Can't let you go around trying to assassinate villains. Bad for public relations. I don't dash. You do. But we'll fix that. His mustache twitched again. Assuming you can keep up with an old man's training. The sun had fully set now, stars appearing above the ocean. In the growing darkness, Gramps' outline seemed to shift, power bleeding into the air around him. Well, challenge sparked in his eyes. Still want to be a hero? I mirrored his stance, feeling the wrongness in my form even as I tried to match his flow. Yes. Good answer. He moved, faster than thought. Let's begin. The next hour redefined my understanding of pain. Every motion brought correction, each attempt met failure. Gramps dismantled my techniques piece by piece, replacing lethal strikes with flowing redirections. Power isn't about destruction. He caught my punch, turning it aside. It's about control. My back hit sand again. I'd lost count of how many times. Up. He never seemed to tire. Again. We moved through basic forms until my muscles screamed. The training weights doubled the torture, but he wouldn't let me remove them. They're part of your training now. His foot swept mine. Another fall. Just like these lessons. Every day. Every day. He helped me up again. Before and after your beach work. We'll rebuild your foundation properly. I rotated my shoulder, feeling new bruises form. Why are you doing this? Because someone has to. He settled into a ready stance. And because you remind me of someone. Now, show me that first form again. This time, feel the flow. Hours later, I stumbled home. Every muscle ached. Sand had worked its way into places sand had no business being. But something had changed. My phone buzzed, a message from Gramps. 5 a.m. tomorrow. Don't be late. I saved his number, adding a contact photo from one of our training videos. The old man on his refrigerator throne, dispensing wisdom between tea sips. Another buzz. And bring breakfast. Teaching works up an appetite. I smiled despite the pain. Yes, sensei. Don't get cocky. 3 dots appeared as he typed. You've got 9 months to unlearn those killing habits. Better hope you're a fast study. 9 months to transform lethal efficiency into heroic power. 9 months to master an art that Gramps had spent decades perfecting. I'll learn. We'll see. A final message appeared. Sleep well. Tomorrow will be worse. I collapsed onto my bed, uniform still covered in sand. Tomorrow would bring more pain, more failures, more lessons in humility. But for the first time since arriving in this world, I felt something close to purpose. The old man was right. I had to change even more. Had to turn these soldiers' instincts into something heroic. Something worthy of the path I'd chosen. Sleep came quickly, dreams filled with flowing movements and the sound of waves. Tomorrow would bring pain, but also progress. One step closer to becoming something new. A hero, not a soldier. A protector, not a killer. The transformation had begun. Comment 31 comment. Chapter 6, 6 Ripple Effect. The morning air bit at my exposed skin as I made my way across the beach. Stars still dotted the sky, their light competing with the first hints of dawn. 2 protein shakes and a gallon of water sloshed in my backpack. 1 shake for me, 1 for Gramps. He'd earned that much after yesterday's lesson in humility. Gramps perched on his usual refrigerator, a dark silhouette against the lightening horizon. Steam rose from his ever-present thermos. You're late. I checked my phone. It's 5:03. Exactly. He took a long sip. 3 minutes of daylight wasted. The protein shake made a soft thud as I set it beside him. Peace offering? His mustache twitched as he examined the bottle. Acceptable. Now get moving, that washing machine won't move itself. I spent the next 3 hours in constant motion. The training weights felt heavier than yesterday, each movement requiring conscious effort. But there was a rhythm to it now: lift, carry, sort, repeat. The pile of scrap metal grew steadily larger. Gramps watched from his perch, occasionally barking corrections to my form. Lower your center. Watch that back foot. Are you lifting with your ego again? By 8, sweat soaked through my shirt despite the morning chill. Another section of beach had emerged from beneath years of neglect. Actual sand gleamed in the early sunlight. Time. Gramps hopped down from his refrigerator. Clear enough space for practice. I dragged the last piece of scrap metal aside, creating a rough circle perhaps 10 meters across. Sand shifted under my feet as I moved to the center. Now then. Gramps circled me slowly, eyes sharp. Show me what you remember from yesterday. I settled into the stance he'd taught me, or tried to. Something felt off about the positioning. He adjusted my rear foot slightly. Not terrible, but not good either. Thanks for the vote of confidence. Confidence has nothing to do with it. He completed his circle. You've got too much baggage. Baggage? Combat experience. Training. Muscle memory. Each word carried weight. Makes my job harder. Isn't experience good? For fighting? Yes. He dropped into his own stance, fluid, perfect. For learning? Blank slates absorb new forms easier than marked ones. I shifted my weight, feeling the wrongness in my position. So my training is actually holding me back? Your training is trying to kill people. He moved, power rippling through his slight frame. Water stream flows around obstacles. Redirects force. Protects life. I can adapt dash. Can you? His movement became a strike, not at me, but at the air itself. Show me the first form again. Without your instincts. I tried. Each motion felt clumsy, my body fighting against years of ingrained responses. Where Gramps flowed like water, I moved like rusted machinery. Stop. He shook his head. You're still thinking like a killer. I'm trying not to dash. That's the problem. He stepped closer, adjusting my arm position. You can't suppress those instincts. You have to transform them. How? Watch. He settled into the stance again. When force comes, don't block. Don't counter. Flow. His demonstration was appealing, a continuous motion that seemed to bend space itself. Power radiated from each gesture, but it wasn't the destructive force I was used to. This was something else entirely. Your turn. I moved through the form again, trying to mimic his fluidity. My body resisted, wanting to turn each motion into an attack. Better. He circled again. But you're still fighting yourself. Tell me, why do you want to be a hero? The question caught me off guard. To help people. By killing villains? No, I dash. Then what? He stopped in front of me. What does being a hero mean to you? I considered my answer carefully. Protection. Saving people who can't save themselves. Good. His stance shifted slightly. Now put that into your movement. Don't think about attacking or defending. Think about protecting. We spent the next hour working through basic forms. Each time I slipped into old habits, Gramps would stop and correct, not just my physical position, but my mental approach. Feel the difference? He guided my arm through a circular motion. This isn't about dominating an opponent. It's about harmony. It feels strange. Of course it does. He stepped back. You're learning to speak a new language with your body. The old one keeps trying to translate. Sweat dripped from my chin as I moved through another form. The training weights made every motion a conscious effort, but something was changing. Moments of flow appeared between. The awkward transitions. There. Gramps nodded. For just a second you had it. Had what? The essence of water stream. He demonstrated the motion again. Complete control without demps. Power without destruction. The sun climbed higher as we worked. Each form built on the last, creating patterns that seemed to echo through my muscles. The soldier's instincts didn't fade, but they began to shift, less about ending threats, more about redirecting them. Enough. Gramps returned to his refrigerator. Same time tomorrow. I rolled my shoulders, feeling new kinds of soreness. More unlearning? More transformation. He retrieved his thermos. You can't erase your past training, but you can change how you use it. Into something heroic? Into something worthy. His eyes met mine. Now go home. Tomorrow we'll see if any of this stuck. I gathered my things, muscles protesting every movement. The training weights felt like they doubled in mass during the session. Oh, and boy. I turned back. Bring more of that protein shake. His mustache twitched. Teaching's hungry work. The next 7 months reshaped everything, my body, my relationships, my understanding of what it meant to be a hero. Each day brought new challenges as Gramps pushed me further into the philosophy of Waterstream, while my own training transformed Izuku's frame into something unrecognizable. Day 60, I narrated to the camera. Growth spurt hit hard. Had to buy new training weights, the old ones didn't fit anymore. The phone screen showed a different person than that first recording. My shoulders had broadened, chest deepened. Even my face had changed, baby fat melting away to reveal sharper angles. The boy's getting taller, Gramps called from behind the camera. Soon he'll have to duck under doorways. You're exaggerating. But I had to admit, the growth was dramatic. 165 centimeters had become 175 in just 2 months, with no signs of slowing. Mom noticed too. I caught her measuring my height against the kitchen door frame one morning, tears in her eyes. You're growing so fast, she whispered. Just like your father did. Something in her voice made me pause. Tell me about him? She did over breakfast. Stories of a man who towered over others, whose smile could light up rooms. Who vanished overseas when I was 4, leaving only memories and a height chart on the door. You have his build, she said, touching the highest mark. The conversation shifted something between us. Mom started asking more questions about my training, even joining me for morning runs. Day 90, I told the camera. Mom's keeping pace better than I expected. We did 5 kilometers today. The screen showed us both, sweating but smiling. Her green hair pulled back in a ponytail, determination bright in eyes so like my own. Your mother's got spirit, Gramps commented during that day's training. Unlike some students I could name. I rolled under his sweep, finally managing to maintain Waterstream's flow. I learned it from her. Months passed. The beach transformed as steadily as my body. Local news picked up the story, mystery teen plans to clean beach solo. Reporters tried getting interviews, but I kept to my schedule. I'd like to wait for an interview until it's almost fully clean. Day 120. The camera panned across newly exposed sand. Halfway done with the cleanup. Also hit 180 centimeters today. Show them the new move, Gramps directed from behind the lens. I dropped into stance, letting power flow through the forms he'd drilled into muscle memory. Waterstream's movements felt natural now, lethal efficiency transformed into fluid protection. Better, he admitted. Almost worthy of the style. Bakugo cornered me after class the next week. His crimson eyes burned with questions as he blocked my path. What the f happened to you, Deku? I stood straight, no longer feeling small in his presence. Training. Bullshit. His gaze traced my height, now several centimeters above his own. Different. People change, Kakin. I stepped past him, maintaining Waterstream's mental flow. Even Quirkless ones. His explosions followed me down the hall, but he didn't pursue. Maybe he sensed the difference in my stance, the confidence that had replaced old fears. Or maybe he just couldn't reconcile this new version of Deku with his memories. Day 180. I held the camera myself now, documenting another growth spurt. 185 centimeters. Had to replace the uniform again. The screen showed definition that would have seemed impossible months ago. Lean muscle wrapped my frame, built by countless hours of hauling scrap metal and practicing forms. Mom's transformation proved equally dramatic. Our morning runs had become daily bonding time, her own fitness improving steadily. She even joined weekend training sessions, learning basic forms from Gramps. "Your mother has natural talent," he told me after one such session. Unlike her stubborn son. But even his criticism had grown softer, tempered by months of shared effort. He'd become more than just a teacher, though I'd never tell him that. Day 240. The camera captured pre-dawn darkness, waves crashing against newly cleaned shore. Almost there. Beach is about 80% clear. Local media attention intensified as the transformation became impossible to ignore. A kilometer of coastline rescued from years of neglect, all by one teenager's stubborn effort. The reporter caught me during a water break, microphone moved forward eagerly. "What inspired you to take on this project alone?" I wiped sweat from my brow, considering my answer. The beach needed cleaning. Simple as that. But surely there were easier ways? Community service groups, government programs. Probably. I lifted another engine block. But this was something I could do myself. Sometimes that's enough. The story ran that evening, local teens' solo mission to save Tacoma Beach. They'd caught good footage of the cleanup process, even got a few quotes from impressed locals. Mom recorded it all, beaming with pride. Day 300. Gramps held the camera this time, his gravelly voice providing commentary. "Show them the difference, boy." I pulled up the first video on my phone, propping it beside the camera. Past and present played side by side, scrawny kid versus transformed warrior. "Take off your shirt," Gramps directed. "Let them see what real training does." I complied, revealing the results of 10 months' brutal effort. Muscle rippled beneath scarred skin, telling stories of countless falls and failures overcome. "A proper student," Gramps admitted. Finally, the beach gleamed behind me, nearly restored to its former glory. Just a few more weeks of work remained. "I'm going to do it," I told the camera. UA's exam is 2 months away. Time to show the world what a quirkless hero can do. Gramps' mustache twitched. "Still got lots to learn, boy." "Always," I agreed. "But I'm ready for the next step." The camera captured his nod, slight, but full of meaning. We'd come far from that first day of fumbling forms and frustrated falls. I stood at my full height now, 188 centimeters of transformed purpose. Water stream flowed through every movement, lethal instincts channeled into protection rather than destruction. A hero's power, not a soldier's. 33 comment. Chapter 7, 7A plus Ultra New Year. January 1st, 2226. The first rays of sunlight spilled through my window on New Year's morning. Steam rose from the mug in my hands as I sat cross-legged on my bed, surveying the changes in my room. The All Might posters that once plastered every surface had been carefully removed, leaving only a select few, the rarest pieces, preserved behind glass. Each one a bridge between the original Izuku's passion and my own evolving path. The scent of Mom's cooking drifted upstairs. Eggs, rice, and something sweet. My stomach growled in response. "Izuku, breakfast." I pulled on a black turtleneck that hugged my transformed frame. The mirror reflected someone who would have been unrecognizable a year ago. Gone was the timid boy. In his place stood, "Coming, Mom." She turned as I entered the kitchen, her emerald eyes brightening. The morning light caught the highlights in her hair, pulled back in an elegant twist that exposed her neck. Her fitted workout clothes revealed the results of our shared training, lean muscle earned through countless morning runs and weekend sessions. "Happy New Year, honey." She rose on her toes to kiss my cheek, barely reaching despite the effort. "Sleep well." Like a rock. I snagged a piece of toast from her plate, earning a playful swat. Training habits die hard, even on holidays. Speaking of training. She gestured to the spread on the table. Sensei Bang called. Said he's having too much fun arguing with his brother to make it back today. Typical. I settled into my chair, which creaked in protest. Those two probably spent all night trading insults over sake. Mom laughed, the sound warming the kitchen. He said to tell you training resumes next week. And to keep practicing your forms. No rest for the wicked. I filled my plate, noting how she'd already portioned everything according to my meal plan. You spoil me, Mom. Someone has to. She sat across from me, her own portion notably smaller but still substantial. Our morning runs had increased her appetite considerably. Though I'm not the only one who's been shopping. My eyes followed her gesture to the carefully wrapped package beside the sink. Gold paper, emerald ribbon. Hours spent choosing just the right presentation. That's for after breakfast. I pointed my chopsticks at her. No peeking. Wouldn't dream of it. But her eyes kept drifting to the package, curiosity evident in every glance. We ate in comfortable silence, broken only by the occasional comment about plans for the day. No training, no studying. Just us. Remember last New Year's? She gathered our plates. You were still shorter than me then. And you were still trying to feed me katsudon for every meal. A mother worries. She rinsed the dishes, profile elegant against the morning light. Though I worry less these days. You've grown so much, Izuku. Not just taller. I stood, retrieving her gift from its hiding place. Speaking of growing. Her eyes lit up as I placed the package before her. Fingers trembled slightly as she untied the ribbon. Izuku, you didn't have to dash. Open it. The paper fell away, revealing a velvet box. Inside, nestled on black silk, lay a necklace that had cost a fourth of what I got from selling All Might merchandise. White gold chain supporting an intricate design, 2 hands cradling an emerald heart, surrounded by flowing lines that caught the light like water. It's... Her voice caught. Aizu. The hands represent protection. I lifted the necklace gently. Like water stream, flowing, guarding, nurturing. And the emerald matches our eyes. Tears spilled down her cheeks. Before I could move, she launched herself into my arms. I caught her easily, her weight negligible after months of training. Her arms wrapped around my neck as she pressed her face against my chest. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I spun us in a slow circle, her feet dangling above the floor. Her laughter mixed with happy sobs. My appealing boy. She pushed herself up to ruffle my hair, just like when I was small. Any girl would be lucky to have you, you know. Though you'll always be my little cinnamon roll. Her hand cupped my cheek, thumb brushing away moisture I hadn't realized was there. The gesture echoed across worlds, across memories of another mother lost too soon. I have something for you too. She wiggled free, hurrying to retrieve a small box from her room. Close your eyes. I complied, feeling her presence return. Something cool pressed against my earlobes. Okay, look. The mirror showed simple studs, emeralds that caught the light like captured forest pools. Mom. I noticed your ears were pierced. She touched one gently. I thought maybe. I pulled her into another hug, careful of my strength. They're perfect. We spent the morning reminiscing, sharing stories between cups of tea. She told me more about my father, his laugh, his dreams, the way he used to carry her on his shoulders despite her protests. I shared edited versions of my training with Gramps, weaving truth with necessary fiction. You remind me of him sometimes. She traced patterns on her teacup. The way you move, how you carry yourself. But you're your own person too. Thanks to you. I caught her hand, squeezing gently. Everything I am now, everything I'm becoming. It's because you believed in me. Her smile outshone the winter sun. A mother always believes in her child. Even when they're taller than doorways. I'm not that tall. Yet. She stood, stretching. Want to go for a walk? Work off some of that breakfast? We strolled through quiet streets, greeting neighbors who did double takes at Mom's transformed appearance. I noticed several appreciative glances from passing men, my presence beside her keeping their attention respectfully brief. The few who lingered too long received looks that sent them hurrying away. My protective hero. She nudged me playfully after one such encounter. Though I can handle myself these days. doesn't mean you should have to. I adjusted my pace to match hers, each of my steps requiring 2 of hers. Besides, what kind of son would I be if I let random guys ogle my mom? Random guys? Her laughter echoed off buildings. Is that what we're calling Mr. Yamamoto from the supermarket? He's been trying to get my number for weeks. All the more reason to keep training with Gramps. We wound up at the beach, my beach, nearly unrecognizable from the junkyard it had been. Families played in the sand, children built castles where scrap metal once rusted. A few early surfers braved the winter waves. Hard to believe you did all this. Mom's hand found mine as we walked along the water's edge. My impossible boy. Not impossible. I squeezed her fingers. Just stubborn. Like your mother? Exactly like my mother. We spent the afternoon shopping, my newly acquired height proving useful for reaching high shelves. Mom insisted on buying me a proper outfit for the UA entrance exam, though I had to convince her away from the more outlandish options. But the purple pinstripe would make such a statement. I think my performance will make enough of one. The sun was setting by the time we returned home, arms loaded with bags. Mom immediately began preparing dinner, refusing my offers of help. It's New Year's. Let me spoil you a little longer. I watched her move around the kitchen, every motion speaking of renewed vitality. The necklace caught the light as she worked, its emerald heart throwing green sparks across the walls. My own earrings felt warm, connecting us across more than just genetics. You know, she said, stirring something that smelled amazing, I've been thinking about taking some more self-defense classes. Maybe join you and Gramps for more than just basic forms. Really? She tasted the sauce, adding a pinch of spice. A mother should be able to keep up with her hero son, don't you think? Mom. Besides, she continued, not meeting my eyes, it would be nice to spend more time together before you get too busy with you. I moved behind her, resting my chin on her head and arms around her waist, something that still felt novel. I'll always have time for you. Promise. Promise. We ate dinner on the floor, sharing stories and dreams. The food was perfect, healthy but satisfying, portioned for my training needs while still tasting like home. To the future, Mom raised her glass of sparkling cider. And to my son, who's going to show the world what real heroism looks like. I clinked my glass against hers, throat tight with emotion. To the best mom in the world. High praise. Just the truth. The evening wound down slowly, neither of us wanting it to end. We ended up on the couch, watching old movies while she pointed out scenes filmed near her childhood home. Your grandmother would have loved you. She played with my new earring absently. She always said the measure of a person wasn't in their quirk, but in their heart. Sounds like a wise woman. She was. Mom's voice grew soft with memory. A lot like you, actually. Always helping others, even when it cost her. Tell me more about her? So she did, painting pictures of a woman I'd never meet but whose blood ran in my veins. Outside, fireworks began popping, early celebrants getting a head start on the evening's festivities. Want to watch from the roof? I offered my hand. Just like when you were little? Some traditions are worth keeping. We climbed carefully, settling on the familiar spot where a much smaller Izuku had once watched All Might videos on his phone. Mom leaned against my shoulder, her presence grounding me in this moment, this world. Happy New Year, Mom. Happy New Year, my hero. The sky erupted in color, but the real light was right beside me, in emerald eyes that mirrored my own, in a smile that bridged worlds and healed old wounds. In a love that made everything else possible. I held her close as the new year began, silently thanking the twist of fate had given me this second chance at family. At being a son to a mother who deserved nothing less than everything I could give. The fireworks painted us in shifting hues, but the real celebration was quieter, a mother and son, together, facing whatever came next as a team. Just as it should be. Comet 43 Comet. Chapter 8. 8 Unburdened. The morning sun painted Takoba Beach in gold. My phone's camera swept across pristine sand where mountains of trash once stood. 10 months ago, this place was a junkyard. My voice carried over the gentle waves. Now. I panned across families setting up beach umbrellas, kids building sandcastles, and early morning joggers leaving footprints along the waterline. The transformation felt surreal, like watching a time-lapse in reverse, each piece of garbage giving way to something appealing. The camera settled on a familiar refrigerator, its rusted bulk a lone sentinel against the restored landscape. Mom stood beside it, hand resting on the dented metal. The last piece. She smiled at the camera. Your throne, Sensei. Gramps emerged from behind the fridge, teacup in hand. Proper spot for an old man to watch his student grow. He patted the metal surface. Though I suppose it's time to let this one go too. The recording ended. I tucked my phone away and gripped the refrigerator's edges. 10 months of training made the weight almost negligible. The metal groaned as I lifted, sand cascading from its underside. Need a hand, young man? Gramps sipped his drink. Just enjoying the moment. The fridge balanced easily above my head. Last piece of trash on my beach. Your beach? Mom's laugh carried across the sand. Getting cocky, aren't we? Earned confidence. Gramps corrected. Boys allowed some pride today. I walked the fridge to the waiting truck, memories playing behind my eyes, that first day, barely able to move a microwave. Now the massive appliance felt like a cardboard box. The truck driver gaped as I set it down gently in the bed. You sure you're not using a quirk, kid? Just good old-fashioned muscle. I patted the fridge farewell. Thanks for handling the disposal. Thank you for the business. He shook his head. Place looks amazing. As the truck pulled away, Gramps finished his sake and stretched. Well then, time for our last lesson. Mom already had her phone ready. You boys behave. Sensei? I shifted my weight, testing the familiar burden of my training weights. Would it be alright if I used Eskrima sticks? Been practicing with them and Dash. Planning to bring them to UA's exam? No. Rub my neck. Support gear application got denied. Not quirk-related. Then there's your answer, brat. His eyes crinkled. Not that you needed them to beat a poor old man. Poor old man who put me in the sand yesterday. Only 6 times. You're improving. He gestured at my weighted clothing. Take those off. Time to see what you can really do. I blinked. The weights? All of them. All of them. One by one, I removed the carefully hidden weights, ankles, wrists, vest, belt. Each piece landed with a heavy thud, leaving deep impressions in the sand. The total weight had grown gradually over months, reaching nearly 150 kilograms. Without them, my body felt strange. Untethered. I jumped experimentally, sand spraying as I accidentally launched myself 2 meters up. Oh! I landed softly, knees flexing. Oh! Better adjust quick. Gramps settled into his stance. I won't wait. Mom's camera tracked us as we squared off. The morning sun caught the emerald studs in my ears, Mom's New Year's gift catching light as I mirrored Gramps' position. Ready, boy? My grin answered for me. He moved. I moved. Sand exploded around us as 10 months of training crystallized into pure motion. My fist passed through empty air where his head had been. His counterstrike brushed my ribs as I twisted away, the gentle tap carrying enough force to send shivers through my muscles. We separated and clashed again, faster. Better. His praise didn't slow his attacks. But still telegraphing your right cross. Not anymore. I changed the cross into a grab, catching his sleeve. Victory lasted half a second before he turned my grip against me, sending me cartwheeling. I landed running, feet barely touching ground as we accelerated. Without weights, my speed felt unlimited. Gramps matched me effortlessly, his movements smooth as flowing water. Good. He blocked my combination. Now show me what you've really learned. The real lesson began. Each exchange lasted fractions of seconds, impacts creating small shockwaves in the sand. My attacks flowed like his taught me redirect, adapt, overcome. His defenses remained impenetrable, but I managed to slip through occasionally. A glancing blow to his shoulder. A knee that brushed his guard. A kick that forced him to actually block instead of redirect. Small victories against MSTR. His counterattacks landed more frequently, each precisely calculated to teach. A tap to show an opening. A sweep to remind me about footwork. A throw to emphasize balance. You've grown strong. He caught my kick and spun me. But strength alone isn't enough. That's why I rolled under his strike. You taught me my elbow sought. His ribs. To flow. Show me. The fight accelerated again. My consciousness expanded like he'd trained me, feeling air currents, reading muscle tensions, predicting movements before they began. His techniques came at me like a rushing river, and I became the stones that split its flow. For 3 glorious seconds, I matched him perfectly. Attack and defense blended seamlessly as we moved across the sand. Then he smiled. Not bad. His form shifted subtly. But you're still 100 years too early. What followed was pure education. Every move I'd learned appeared in its highest form, each technique demonstrated through my helpless defense. Sand flew as he tossed me around like a leaf in a hurricane, his movements too perfect to counter, too fast to evade. I hit the ground one final time, breath rushing out as I stared at the sky. I yield. He offered his hand. 7 hits. Really? I let him pull me up. I counted 4. 7 solid contacts. Your speeds improved dramatically. His eyes held rare pride. You'll do well tomorrow. Mom lowered her phone, wiping tears. That was appealing. Like a dance. A dance. I brushed sand from my hair. Pretty sure I was the one getting dipped. Brat. Gramps retrieved his sake cup. AMSTR leads. The student follows. That's how we learn. The sun had risen fully, warming the beach. Other visitors were arriving, giving our sand-scarred battlefield curious looks. I should get cleaned up. I bowed formally. Thank you for everything, sensei. Save the formality for when I visit the dojo up north. He waved his cup. Your mother's cooking breakfast and I'm not missing these pancakes. Mom laughed. I haven't even offered dash. But you will. He started walking. Coming. I shared a look with Mom, both of us fighting grins. Same old Gramps. Race you home. I offered my arm. Without your weights? She hooked her elbow through mine. That's hardly fair. I'll run backwards. Now you're just showing off. We followed Gramps home, the morning stretching bright before us. Tomorrow would bring challenges, but today was for family. For pancakes and laughter and one last lesson from MSTR who'd become so much more. I touched my earrings, caught Mom's matching necklace sparkling in the sun. Some weights you never wanted to take off. Hurry up, you two. Gramps called back. Pancakes wait for no man. Coming. I smiled at Mom. Think he knows you're making waffles? Let him figure it out himself. February 26, 2226. I stared at my reflection in the bathroom mirror, adjusting the black turtleneck's collar. Strange, seeing myself like this. Even in my past life, I'd never looked quite this refined. The sweater's tailoring emphasized my athletic build without being showy, its ribbed cuffs resting perfectly at my wrists. A silver chain caught the light as I moved, simple yet elegant against the dark fabric. The emerald earrings Mom gave me added just the right touch of color, matched by the watch's subtle gleam. Izuku. Mom's voice carried from the kitchen. Breakfast's ready. Coming. I grabbed my gym bag, double-checking its contents. The black compression shirt and white martial arts briefs were carefully folded, obi wrapped around them. My red Jordans sat on top, their metallic finish unmarred. Glad Michael Jordan made it from my world. Though I doubt Bang would approve of the sneakers. Mom had outdone herself. The kitchen table groaned under a spread that could feed 5. Rice, grilled fish, miso soup, tamagoyaki, and what looked like 3 different side dishes. Mom, the exam's only 4 hours. You need your strength. She adjusted a bowl that was already perfectly aligned. And your backup strength. And your backup strength. Pretty sure that's not how it works. I settled into my chair, fighting a grin. But I appreciate the thought. She sat across from me, hands clasped tightly. You look so handsome. Like a young Su. Or a Yakuza's heir. I sampled the Tamagoyaki. Perfect as always. Though I guess they dress flashier these days. Izuku. But she laughed, tension easing from her shoulders. You're going to do amazing things today. I just know it. Because of the outfit? Because you're you. Her eyes shone with unshed tears. My brilliant, dedicated, incredible son who turned a junkyard into a beach. Who trains until his hands bleed, then gets up and trains more. Who she sniffed. Who's going to make me cry into my breakfast if he doesn't stop looking so grown up? Mom. I'm fine. She dabbed her eyes with a napkin. Just, so proud it hurts sometimes. I reached across the table, squeezed her hand. Thank you. For everything. These past 10 months. Eat your breakfast. She squeezed back. Before I really start crying. We ate in comfortable silence, sunlight streaming through the kitchen window. The apartment felt different somehow, like the space itself knew changes were coming. Or maybe that was just me, hyper-aware of every detail on this pivotal morning. The clock struck 7. Time to go. Mom walked me to the door, fussing with my collar one last time. You have everything? Phone? Train pass? Lunch money? Yes, yes, and yes. I shouldered my gym bag. Plus emergency money, basic first aid kit, and 3 backup pens. That's my boy. She straightened my necklace, though it didn't need it. Go show them what you can do. I hugged her tight, feeling her tears dampen my shoulder. When we separated, her smile was watery but strong. Knock him dead, honey. The door closed behind me with a soft click. I stood there a moment, 10 months of preparation crystallizing into this single point in time. Ahead lay UA, Japan's top hero school. My first step toward a dream I'd inherited across worlds. Time to make it count. 17 comment. Chapter 9. 9 Prelude to Heroics. I stepped onto the train platform, the morning commuters parting around me like water. The digital display showed 20 minutes until the UA-bound train arrived. My fingers brushed the silver chain at my neck, a habit I'd picked up since Mom gave it to me. Fam, those earrings are straight fire. The voice came from my left, playful, confident, touched with that distinctive gyre lilt. I turned to find a girl about my age studying me with obvious interest. Long blonde hair cascaded past her shoulders in artful waves, framing a face that belonged on magazine covers. Her brown eyes sparkled with mischief as she gave me an appreciative once-over. The emeralds really pop against the black, she continued, gesturing at my turtleneck. Giving rich young MSTR vibes, no cap. Thanks. I shifted my gym bag, noting how her UA entrance packet matched mine. Heading to the exam? Period. She struck a peace sign pose. Kami Utsushimi, future hero in training. Unless the written test gets 2 S's. Izuku Midoriya. I offered a small bow, which made her giggle. And don't stress the written portion. They curve it against the practical scores. Her eyes widened. Wait, FRFR? How you know that? Research. Lots of it. The platform grew more crowded as we talked. Without thinking, I stepped closer to shield her from the press of bodies. Been studying UA's admission patterns for months. Sheesh, that's mad extra. But she sounded impressed rather than dismissive. You really want in, huh? It's been the goal since I paused, memories of 2 lifetimes overlapping. For as long as I can remember. Kami nodded, her expression softening into something more genuine. Same though. My quirk's perfect. For rescue work, yeah? But gotta prove I'm more than just pretty smoke and mirrors. Illusions? Glamour. She blew a small wisp of smoke that formed a miniature butterfly. Visual and audio effects. Great for crowd control, rescue ops, that whole vibe. Impressive control. I watched the butterfly dissolve. Most illusion quirks I've researched require more setup time. You're gonna make me blush. She fanned herself dramatically. But enough about me. What's your quirk, mystery man? Don't have one. The words came out easily, No trace of the shame they might have carried in another life. Cammy's perfectly glossed lips formed a small O of surprise. You're quirkless? And trying for Yue? She studied me with new intensity. That's kinda impossible? I was gonna say based. She grinned. Like, maximum respect for that confidence. Plus dash. Her gaze traced the subtle muscle definition visible through my sweater. Pretty sure you got other advantages going for you. I laughed. 10 months of hell with my trainer. Though he'd probably say I'm still 100 years too early. Sounds like my dance instructor. Nothing's ever good enough for these sensei types. She rolled her eyes fondly. But hey, they must be doing something right. You looking like a whole snack out here. Pretty sure that's the outfit talking. Nah fam, that's all you. She pulled out her phone, tapped something rapidly. We should definitely exchange info. For study groups and stuff. And stuff? You know how it is. She winked. Future heroes gotta stick together. The train arrived as we swapped contact details, its sleek form gliding to a stop. The crowd surged forward, but I held back, letting Cammy board first. She claimed a spot by the window, patting the seat beside her. Keeping me company? These rides hit different with good conversation. I settled in next to her, careful to maintain a respectful distance despite the cramped space. 20 minutes isn't much time for conversation. Bet. She turned sideways in her seat, one knee drawn up. 20 minutes is plenty if you're efficient. Like speed dating but for making friends. Speed friending. Now you're getting it. Her smile lit up her whole face. Quick, tell me 3 things about yourself. Wrong answers only. The train pulled away from the station as I considered. I'm secretly All Might's love child, I have a collection of vintage spoons, and I once wrestled a bear in Hokkaido. Cammy's laugh drew attention from other passengers. The spoon thing actually tracks with your whole aesthetic. Very old money energy. Your turn then. I'm actually a highly advanced AI. I won the National Hot Dog Eating Contest 3 years running, and dash, she leaned in conspiratorially. I've never seen a single episode of All Might's variety show. That last one's just tragic. We spent the rest of the ride trading increasingly ridiculous stories, our laughter earning mixed looks from the other passengers. Cammy's presence felt like a sunbeam, warm, bright, impossible to ignore. She gestured expansively when she talked, her movements graceful despite the confined space. The train announcement system chimed. UA station approaching. Already? Cammy pouted. But I was just about to tell you about my secret career as a professional yodeler. Save it for after the exam? I stood, offering her a hand up. Assuming we both pass. Oh, we're passing. She took my hand. No doubt. The station platform teemed with other exam candidates, all heading toward UA's imposing main gate. Cammy stuck close to my side as we navigated the crowd. Hey! She touched my arm lightly. For real though? Thanks for making this morning not SCK. I was mad nervous before meeting you. Nervous. Facts. But something about you just dash, she made a vague gesture. Makes things feel possible, you know? I thought about the beach, about 10 months of transformation. About second chances and inherited dreams. Yeah, I said softly. I know exactly what you mean. The gate loomed ahead, its metal surface gleaming in the morning sun. Cammy squeezed my arm once before releasing it. Ready to make history, fam? I met her confident grin with one of my own. Let's show them what we can do. The massive H-shaped building dominated the skyline, its glass and steel architecture gleaming against the morning clouds. Cammy whistled, head tilted back to take in the full scope. Bruh. That's straight-up architectural flex right there. Like they built a whole but power move. I opened my mouth to respond, but a familiar presence barreled toward us from the left. Years of training had my muscles tensing automatically. Out of my way, Deku. Bakugo's shoulder caught empty air as I shifted slightly, letting him pass without contact. His crimson eyes narrowed at the effortless dodge. Good luck on the exam, Kakin. The words came out calm, measured. My pulse had spiked at his approach, old instincts screaming for a more direct response. But I wasn't that person anymore. Either version of me. Bakugo's lip curled. His gaze lingered on Cammy for a moment before he stalked away, small explosions crackling in his palms. Okay, that was mad tense. Cammy's perfectly shaped eyebrows drew together. What's his damage? Childhood rival things. I adjusted my gym bag strap. We grew up together, practically from B-Arch. And he calls you Deku. She tested the word carefully. What's that mean? It's a play on my name. Another reading of the kanji. My lips quirked. Basically means useless. What? Her brown eyes sparked with indignation. That's straight trash behavior. Which is he? 'Cause like, the name itself. Low-key adorable. I shrugged, watching other examinees stream past us toward the entrance. Words only hold the power you give them. Without the context, I agree, it does sound kind of cute. Still an a-hole move though. Maybe. The morning sun caught my emerald earrings, casting small green reflections on her cheek. But we've all got our reasons for being who we are. The entrance hall stretched before us, its polished floors reflecting the fluorescent lights above. Two massive arrows dominated the far wall, pointed left, NZ right. Guess this is where we split. Cammy's expression brightened. Yo, manifest this, we both ace these tests, end up in the same class, become legendary hero besties. Getting ahead of yourself? But I smiled at her enthusiasm. Written exam first. 3 hours of comprehensive testing, regular subjects plus hero law application. Why you gotta remind me? She made a face. My brain's already crying. You'll do fine. I gestured toward her arrow. Time to make that AI backstory believable. Facts. She started walking backward, pointing finger guns at me. Don't forget me when you're topping the rankings, pretty boy. Wouldn't dare. She disappeared into the right-hand corridor, her confident stride drawing more than a few admiring glances. As I turned toward my own destination, I caught Bakugo watching from across the hall. His expression darkened when our eyes met. The classroom assigned for AM test takers had the sterile feel of most exam rooms, rigid rows of desks, harsh lighting, and the faint smell of pencil shavings. I chose a seat near the middle, not too close to the front or back. Other students filtered in, each bringing their own energy to the sterile space. A girl with cotton candy pink hair bounced past, small horns peeking through her wild mane. She radiated the kind of chaotic energy that teachers probably dreaded. 2 rows ahead, someone who looked carved from pure obsidian settled into their seat, stark white hair creating a striking contrast. Their movements held a deliberate grace, like someone hyper-aware of their own density. Is this seat taken? I glanced up to find a boy whose head resembled a speech bubble, white, rounded, eerily smooth. The effect was almost cartoonish against his otherwise normal appearance. All yours. He slid into the chair, arranging his supplies with methodical precision. Manga Fukidashi. Your earrings are quite striking. Thanks. Izuku Midoriya. I adjusted one of the emerald studs. Your quirk related to your. I gestured vaguely at his head. Comic. He pulled out a mechanical pencil. I manifest onomatopoeia. Less flashy than some, but versatile. More students arrived in steady waves. A girl with vines for hair. Someone whose skin rippled like water. The diversity of quirk manifestations never failed to fascinate me. The sharp staccato of heels echoed down the hallway. The sound carried authority, purpose. When Midnight stepped through the doorway, the room's atmosphere shifted instantly. She commanded attention without effort, her hero costume leaving little to imagination while somehow remaining just within the bounds of professional. Long dark hair fell in artful waves past her shoulders, framing features that belonged in classic paintings. Her domino mask did nothing to hide the sharp intelligence in her eyes as she surveyed the room. Good morning, future heroes and students. Her voice carried easily to every corner. I'm Midnight, your proctor for today's written examination. 3 hours to complete all sections. Standard subjects plus hero law and ethics. She smiled, the expression both playful and predatory. Let's see what you're made of. Test booklets materialized on our desks through some unseen quirk. The familiar weight of a pencil settled in my hand as I opened to the first page. Mathematics. Physics. Literature. The questions marched across the pages in neat rows. I moved through them steadily, years of obsessive study paying off. The hero law section proved particularly engaging, scenario-based questions that required applying legal precedent to complex situations. A villain's quirk causes widespread property damage during their capture. The hero present failed to use a viable alternative method that would have minimized destruction. Discuss liability distributions citing relevant cases. Time melted away as I wrote, barely registering Midnight's occasional passes through the aisles. Her presence added an interesting pressure to the room. Some students clearly struggled to focus with the R-rated hero in such close proximity. 30 minutes remaining. Her announcement cut through the scratch of pencils. I suggest checking your work if you finished early. I was already deep in my second review pass. The essay portion had given me pause initially, discussed the societal implications of quirk-based career restrictions, but I'd managed to weave in both historical context and modern reform movements. Manga's pencil hadn't stopped moving since we started. His speech bubble head tilted at an angle that suggested intense concentration. Behind us, someone muttered equations under their breath. Time's up. Midnight's voice cracked like a WHP. Pencils down. The rustle of papers filled the air as tests were collected. I caught fragments of conversation as students compared answers. That physics section. Did anyone get the literature analysis? The hero law scenarios were brutal. Well done, everyone. Midnight's smile carried an edge of satisfaction. For those applying to general studies, your examination is complete. Congratulations on taking this first step. She paused, letting her gaze sweep across the room. Business course applicants, please proceed to Conference Room 3 for your specialized assessment. Support course candidates will meet Powerloader in Support Studio 1. Her tongue traced her bottom lip as she turned to address the remaining students. And for our potential heroes. The leather of her costume creaked as she leaned forward. Report to the main auditorium. Your tickets have assigned seating. I suggest you find them quickly. The room erupted into motion. I gathered my materials, noting how Manga's speech bubble had bobbed with nervous energy as he stood. Good luck, he said, adjusting his collar. Though from what I observed of your writing speed, you hardly need it. Same to you. That comic quirk has interesting applications. The hallway outside had transformed into a river of students, each current flowing toward different destinations. I spotted the pink-haired girl from earlier practically bouncing toward Support Studio 1, her hands already full of sketches and diagrams. I took a moment to stretch, feeling the familiar pull of well-trained muscles. The written portion was done, just the physical test remained. Halfway there, I headed toward the auditorium, my steps measured and purposeful. Time to show them what 10 months of hell could produce. 21 comment. Chapter 10, 10 Proving Ground. The auditorium's stadium seating stretched upward in concentric rings, already half filled with examinees. I settled into my assigned spot, row M's seat. The black leather creaked under my weight. Whispers drifted from the row behind me, just loud enough to catch. Did you see the guy in the black turtleneck? With the emerald earrings? God, those cheekbones. Think he's single? Probably not with those looks. But a girl can dream. I turned, offering them a small wave and polite smile. Two girls, one with scaled skin that shimmered like opals, the other sporting delicate antennae, froze mid-conversation. The scaled one recovered first, giving a little finger wave back. Her friend buried her face in her hands. The seat beside me shifted. A familiar scent of caramel and gunpowder announced Bakugo's arrival before I saw him. He dropped into the chair, jaw clenched, staring straight ahead. Thought I told you not to apply for the hero course, nerd. I made an exaggerated slurping sound, followed by a wet pop. The message was clear, stop de-sking. His fingers twitched. The F, you say to me? Sorry, had something in my throat. Maybe you're familiar with the condition? Listen here, you quirkless dash. Quirkless and still living rent-free in your head. Small explosions crackled in his palms. You're dead after this exam. Promises, promises. Getting tired of your tsundra act, Kakin? I'll show you tsun dash. Yeah. Present Mick's voice boomed through the speakers. Are you ready? Silence met his enthusiasm. He deflated slightly. Tough crowd. Anyway, let's talk about your practical exam. As you can see on your handouts dash. Bet you studied this too, Bakugo muttered. FNG nerd. Unlike some, I don't coast on raw talent. The F is that supposed to mean? Are you ready to hear about the targets? Present Mike continued over our whispered exchange. Means you're predictable, I whispered back. One trick explosion pony. A vein pulsed in Bakugo's temple. Better than no tricks at all, Deku. 3 types of villains. Present Mick's hair somehow stood even higher with excitement. Quality over quantity. But you wouldn't know about that. Says the Quirkless wannabe. Points are awarded based on difficulty. Better Quirkless than brainless. Die. Larger villains are worth more points. Original. Did you spend all morning workshopping that one? Excuse me, sir. A hand shot up a few rows in front of us. A tall, bespectacled guy with neatly combed hair stood ramrod straight. You mentioned 3 types of villains, but the handout clearly shows 4. Such an error is unbecoming of UA, Japan's top hero academy. The tall guy turned around, pointing around my area. Additionally, you 2 in row M. Your constant muttering is disruptive and disrespectful. If you can't bother to take this seriously, then leave. You're distracting the rest of us. I turned to face him fully. And your interruption of the presentation isn't? And that's dash. Sit down, extra. Bakugo's voice dripped disdain. How dare dash? You're still standing, bro, I noted, making an even bigger scene. The glasses-wearing student sputtered, face reddening. Several nearby examinees snickered. He dropped back into his seat with mechanical stiffness. Thank you, examinee 7111. Yes, there are 4 types of villains. The 4th is worth 0 points. It's more of an obstacle to be avoided. Think of it as a thwomp in Super Mario Bros. Any questions? Present Mike asked the crowd. No? Perfect. Head to your assigned testing grounds. And remember, go beyond. Plus ultra. The crowd finally responded. Students began filing out. I stood, stretching deliberately. This was fun, Kakin. We should do it again sometime. Off and die. As eloquent as ever, I thought, watching the crowd thin as students made their way to their assigned battle centers. The morning sun cast long shadows across the concrete, turning the world into stark contrasts of light and dark. My fingers brushed against my emerald earrings, a gift from Mom, a reminder of promises made. I changed quickly in the locker room, the familiar ritual of wrapping my OB centering my thoughts. The white martial arts breathes and black compression shirt felt like armor, not for protection, but for the statement they made. Here stands a warrior. My red Jordans completed the ensemble, their metallic sheen catching the fluorescent lights. The wait by the gate for Battle Center be stretched into an exercise in people watching. Most students huddled in nervous clusters, comparing quirks and strategies. A few practiced their powers in small bursts, drawing impressed murmurs from their peers. Movement caught my eye. The glasses-wearing student from earlier stood apart from the crowd, his rigid posture radiating disapproval as he glared in my direction. The intensity of his stare might have been intimidating if it wasn't so reminiscent of an offended hall monitor. Aizu? Turned, then. Cammy approached with the confidence of a runway model. Her cropped white compression shirt revealed a fighter's physique, lean muscle earned through dedicated training. Black leggings and white Nike blazers completed her outfit, mirroring my own color scheme with uncanny precision. No way. Her eyes lit up as she took in my appearance. We're literally twinning right now? This is so based. Great minds think alike, I suppose. I gestured between our matching outfits. Though I have to ask, did you plan this? As if, this is straight destiny, fam. She struck a pose, peace sign raised. The universe said we gotta coordinate our fits. The universe has good taste. My lips quirked. Though I notice you've upgraded from pretty boy to Aizu already. It fits better than Izuku, shorter, cuter, more friend vibes. She tilted her head, considering. Unless you're not cool with nicknames? No, it's fine. Different from what I'm used to, but I shrugged. Change can be good. Facts. Her expression turned sly. Speaking of good things, want to make this more interesting? I'm listening. Bet on who takes down the most villains. She grinned. Loser buys boba after. I clutched my chest in mock offense. Taking advantage of the Quirkless boy to score free drinks? The scandal. Please, as if being quirkless makes you any less dangerous. She poked my arm. I mean, these aren't for show. The massive gate began to creak open, metal groaning against metal. The other examinees remained frozen, waiting for an official start signal. I caught Cammy's eye, nodded toward the opening. Better to ask forgiveness? Than permission? Her smile turned predatory. Always. We broke into a run together, feet pounding against pavement. A two-pointer emerged from behind a building ahead. I accelerated, leaving Cammy behind as my body shifted into combat mode. Real battles don't have countdowns. Present Mick's voice boomed overhead. Follow those two students' example. Go, go, go. The robot charged, its treads tearing up concrete. I moved with the fluid grace Gramps had drilled into me over countless hours, redirect, flow like water, strike like a torrent. My palm struck a key joint, followed by a precise elbow to its sensor array. The machine crumpled, systems failing as its weak points shattered under calculated force. That's two. The metal carcass at my feet sparked. A quick scan revealed 3 more robots converging on my position, 2 one-pointers flanking a bulkier two-pointer. Their attack patterns had become clear. One-pointers relied on straightforward charges while two-pointers attempted pincer movements. Predictable. I kicked off the fallen robot's chassis, using it as a springboard. The first one-pointer's charge carried it straight into the wall behind me. Metal screeched. I landed on the second one-pointer's back, fingers finding purchase in its armor joints. Let's see how your friend likes you. Using the robot's momentum, I steered it into a collision course with its companion. They crashed together in a satisfying crunch of metal. A sharp strike to the central processor finished both. 5 points. The two-pointer backed away, processing this new threat assessment. Its head swiveled, targeting systems recalibrating. The hesitation proved fatal. I closed the distance in 3 steps, body moving through forms drilled into muscle memory. Palm strike to the joint, elbow to the sensors, knee through the weakened chassis. 7. Yo Aizu. Cammy's voice carried from 2 blocks over. That's 4 for me. 7. I called back, already moving toward the sound of more mechanical movement. Better pick up the pace. A 3-pointer burst through a storefront, glass raining down around its massive frame. These models packed more armor but sacrificed mobility. It raised one arm, pneumatics hissing. I dove right as its extending fist cratered the concrete where I'd stood. The robot's recovery time left an opening. I darted forward, staying in its blind spot. My fingers closed around a length of rebar exposed by its entrance. Thanks for the weapon. The makeshift staff whistled through the air, finding gaps in the armor. Each strike targeted connection points and exposed wiring. The 3-pointer's movements grew jerky, systems failing under the assault. 10 points. This is almost too easy. More robots emerged from side streets and buildings, drawn by the combat. I grinned, blood singing with the thrill of battle. This was what I'd trained for, what all those months of grueling practice had built toward. A 1-pointer charged. I used its own momentum to redirect it into a 2-pointer trying to flank me. The rebar found another home in a joint, pinning them together. Their struggle to separate left them vulnerable to a series of precise strikes. 13. The next hour passed in a blur of motion and metal. Each robot presented a new puzzle to solve, a new combination of attacks to counter and redirect. I moved through the urban battlefield like water, flowing around obstacles, wearing down resistance, striking with devastating force when opportunities arose. A girl's scream cut through the mechanical chaos. Through a gap in the buildings, I spotted a student cornered by multiple robots. Her plant-based quirk had created defensive barriers, but the machines were breaking through. She's at her limit. I snatched up a fallen robot's arm, testing its weight. The servos still hummed with residual power. This'll work. Hey! I called out, charging toward the group. Over here, you scrap heaps. The robots turned, threat assessment protocols activating. I swung the improvised weapon in a wide arc, using its own mechanical strength to tear through their ranks. Metal shrieked against metal. The girls stared, wide-eyed. That was amazing. How did you dash? No time to chat. I nodded toward a clear path. More incoming. Can you still run? She nodded, already moving. Thanks. The next few minutes brought more opportunities to assist other examinees while racking up points. A boy whose strength quirk had exhausted him. A pair of students pinned down by coordinated robot attacks. Each save took only moments, never breaking the flow of combat. The mechanical arm proved invaluable, both weapon and shield as needed. When it finally gave out, I simply acquired another from the growing piles of destroyed robots. 65 points. 3 robots remained in my immediate vicinity, all one-pointers. Simple. Direct. Boring. The first fell to a thrown chunk of concrete that shattered its optical sensors. The second met its end beneath its own severed arm. The third never saw me coming. 68 points. Not bad for a quirkless kid. I wiped sweat from my brow, surveying the battlefield. Destroyed robots littered the streets, testament to the examinees' combined efforts. My muscles burned pleasantly, the familiar ache of a good workout. Present Mick's voice boomed overhead, 2 minutes remaining. I smiled, cracking my neck. Time for the finale. Chapter 11. 11-0 to Hero. The ground trembled beneath my feet. Windows rattled. Loose debris skittered across broken pavement. That's not normal. A shadow fell over the street, darkening the mid-morning sun. I looked up. Holy shit. The zero-pointer wasn't just big, it was a goddamn kaiju. Its head scraped the skyline, mechanical joints groaning as it rolled forward on massive treads. Each movement crushed cars and scattered concrete like toys. Focus. 2 minutes left. I've got 68 points, more than enough to pass. Better to... Please. Help. The cry barely registered over the mechanical cacophony, but my ears locked onto it. Someone. Anyone. Dim in it. I turned toward the sound, toward the cloud of dust and debris marking the zero-pointer's path. Other examinees ran past me in the opposite direction, their faces masks of panic. I ran forward. The zero-pointer's shadow engulfed everything as I navigated the urban wreckage. Smoke stung my eyes. Dust coated my throat. None of it mattered. Help. I'm stuck. Through the haze, I spotted her, a girl pinned beneath a fallen chunk of building. Her face was streaked with dirt and tears, hands bloody from trying to free herself. I reached her just as the zero-pointer's next step sent vibrations through the ground. The debris shifted dangerously. Hold still. My hands found purchase under the concrete slab. I've got you. The weight was significant, but months of strength training with Gramps paid off. I lifted steadily, careful not to cause a collapse. Can you move your legs? I think it's broken. Her voice shook. I nodded, mind racing through rescue protocols I'd studied. A broken leg complicated things, but moving her wouldn't worsen the injury if done properly. The zero-pointer's proximity meant speed took priority. I'm going to carry you. I shifted my stance. Try to keep your leg as still as possible. She nodded, face pale beneath the dirt. I scooped her up bridal style, one arm supporting her back while the other cradled her legs. Her arms instinctively wrapped around my neck. The zero-pointer's next step crushed a building behind us. I leaped over scattered debris, adjusting my pace to minimize jostling her injury. Everyone's running from this thing. Even those with powerful quirks won't face it. But my eyes narrowed. What better way to prove a quirkless hero's worth? The girl in my arms tensed as another tremor shook the street. Something clicked in my memory. During the exam, I'd seen her using some kind of anti-gravity quirk. Hey! I glanced down at her. What's your name? Her eyes widened, cheeks flushing. You okay? Is the pain getting worse? No. I mean, I'm Uraraka. Achiko Uraraka. Your quirk, it floats things, right? I saw you floating robots earlier. Yes. Zero gravity. I can make things weightless by touching them with my fingertips. A plan crystallized. I smiled. That just might work. Her arms tightened around my neck. What might work? I nodded toward a massive piece of broken building nearby, easily 2 tons of concrete and rebar. How much weight can you affect? 3 tons, but... Her eyes darted between me and the debris. What are you planning? Something incredibly stupid or brilliantly simple. I adjusted my grip. Possibly both. The zero-pointer's red sensors locked onto us. Its massive arm began to rise. Uraraka. My voice stayed steady. Do you trust me? She stared up at me for a long moment. Then her jaw set with determination. Yes. Touch that chunk of building. Make it weightless. When I say, now, release your quirk. Understanding dawned in her eyes. You're going to throw it? Like a discus. I grinned. Ready. She reached out as we passed the debris, fingers brushing concrete. Pink light flared. I set her down gently behind a sturdy wall, making sure she was okay. The zero-pointer's shadow loomed closer. Its arm descended like judgment from above. Perfect. I grabbed the weightless concrete, feeling its mass without gravity's pull. I released the concrete at the apex of my rotation. Now. Uraraka's quirk released. 2 tons of building material, accelerated by the force of my throw, struck the zero-pointer's head like a meteor. The impact triggered a chain reaction, armor crumpled, circuits overloaded, balance failed. The mechanical titan toppled backward with agonizing slowness. Its massive frame crashed through empty buildings before finally hitting the ground with an earthquake-like impact that sent dust clouds billowing through the streets. Silence fell. I turned back to Uraraka, who stared at the fallen giant with wide eyes. That was... She shook her head in disbelief. How did you... Time's up. Present Mick's voice shattered the moment. The exam is officially over. I offered Uraraka my hand. Let's get that leg looked at. The dust settled around us as Recovery Girl's words echoed through the speakers, calling for any injured examinees to stay put. Uraraka's face reddened. Could you maybe? She glanced toward the entrance, then back at me. My leg. I nodded. Of course. Her arms settled around my neck as I lifted her, careful to keep her injured leg stable. She weighed less than the concrete slabs I'd trained with, though carrying a person required different techniques to maintain their comfort. I never got your name, she said. Izuku Midoriya. Fragments of conversation drifted past as we navigated through. Clusters of exhausted examinees. Did you see that throw? Has to be some kind of strength enhancement. That matched up against a monster like that. Uraraka's grip tightened slightly. They're talking about you. Let them. A familiar voice cut through the murmur. Aizu. Cammy bounded over, her usual grace momentarily forgotten. She pulled up short at the sight of Uraraka in my arms. Fam, you work fast. Her eyes sparkled with mischief. Already sweeping girls off their feet? She's injured, I said. Broken leg. Oh snap, that's mad rough. Cammy's teasing grin softened into genuine concern. Need help getting to medical? We've got it covered. I adjusted my hold on Uraraka. How'd you do? 48 points. She fell into step beside us. Lost count of how many people thought my illusions were real villains though. Their faces when they tried punching smoke? Priceless. We reached the entrance where a makeshift triage area had been set up. A sharp whistle pierced the air. The crowd parted as a woman strode toward us, her presence commanding immediate attention. She moved with lethal grace, each step precise in white thigh-high boots. A traditional nurse's cap sat atop shoulder-length black hair, one side swept forward to partially cover her face. The loose lab coat she wore did little to hide her figure, and a single button collar drew attention to pale skin and a beauty mark beneath full lips. But it was her eyes that held me, sharp blue that missed nothing, currently fixed on Uraraka's injured leg. Broken leg? She gestured to an empty cot. Set her down here. I lowered Uraraka carefully onto the cot. The nurse's blue eyes assessed the injury with clinical precision. I'm Queen, recovery girl's assistant. Her hands moved with efficiency as she examined Uraraka's leg. Clean break from the feel of it. What's your pain level? 6? Maybe 7. Queen nodded. The 0-pointer? Building collapse, I said. I had to lift the debris off her. Her visible eye flicked to me, then back to Uraraka. Any other injuries I should know about? Uraraka shook her head. Good. Recovery girl will be here shortly. Queen's tone shifted, carrying an undercurrent of steel. And you, muscles? I'm fine. Aha. She stepped closer, gaze sharp. Shirt off. What? You lifted part of a building during an adrenaline rush. Let me see what that did to your back. I considered arguing, but something in her stance suggested that would be unwise. I removed my shirt and felt the presence of multiple eyes on me. Queen circled me once, fingers probing specific muscle groups. Minimal strain. Your form must have been good. She stopped in front of me, arms crossed. Strength quirk. Nah, just good technique from my sensei. He's very thorough about proper form. Smart man. She handed my shirt back. Keep up with your training. Good technique prevents a lot of stupid injuries. A commotion near the entrance drew her attention. Duty calls. Stay with your girlfriend until recovery girl checks her leg. Oh, we're not Dash. Uraraka's face blazed red. She's not my Dash, I started. Queen was already gone, moving toward a group of examinees supporting a limping friend. Cammy's shoulders shook with silent laughter. Not one word, I said. Wouldn't dream of it, fam. She perched on the edge of Uraraka's cot. So, since we're waiting anyway, that throw was lit. How'd you calculate the timing? I sat on a nearby chair. Physics, mostly. Uraraka's quirk eliminated mass but not inertia, so the rotational force dash. Nerd alert. Cammy grinned. Love it though. You two made a sick team. We did, didn't we? Uraraka smiled. I've never seen anyone think to use my quirk like that. The application possibilities are fascinating actually. With proper timing and trajectory calculations dash. There he goes again. Cammy nudged Uraraka. I don't mind. Uraraka leaned forward slightly. What other applications did you see? I opened my mouth to continue, but Queen's voice cut through the conversation. Recovery girl's ready for you. She helped Uraraka onto a stretcher. As they wheeled Uraraka away, Cammy bumped my shoulder. So, building toss, I shrugged. Seemed like a good idea at the time. You're going to build quite the reputation, you know. Everyone's already talking about the guy who took down his 0-pointer. Really? I haven't noticed. Sure, fam. Her grin widened. They'll especially be talking about the mysterious strong guy who carries cute girls around and doesn't even break a sweat. I raised an eyebrow. Mysterious. Well, yeah. Nobody saw you use a quirk, but you just casually threw a building. That's going to get attention. Good. Cammy studied my face. You planned this, didn't you? Making a statement. The rescue was legitimate. The method. I smiled. Let's say I didn't mind the audience. Devious. I like it. She stretched. So, what should we do now? 48 points, right? I glanced at Cammy. Yeah, but Dash, her eyes narrowed. No. Don't you dare. I believe that's 20 points less than my 68. A slight smile tugged at my lips. Looks like you owe me boba. Cammy's shoulders slumped. You're really going to hold me to a bet made before you went all action hero? A bet's a bet. I leaned against the wall, arms crossed. Just villain bot points. Your words. Aizu, you're killing me. She pressed a hand to her forehead dramatically. Fine. But let me get changed first. Changed? I looked her over. Despite the dust and debris from the exam, her outfit still looked impeccable. What's wrong with what you're wearing? What's wrong? Cammy stared at me like I'd suggested she fight villains in pajamas. Fam, this is my test outfit. I need my aesthetic on point. Aesthetic? For the gram. She pulled out her phone, thumbs flying across the screen. First UA boba run is prime content. Need the right fit, right lighting, right everything. I blinked. It's just boba. Just no. She shook her head. You sweet, simple muscle child. There's no such thing as just boba. It's an experience. A moment. Something to be captured and shared with my followers. Right. I pushed off the wall. Where am I picking you up? The Grand Sakura Hotel. I'll text you my room number. She paused. Give me an hour? Maybe hour and a half. An hour to change clothes. An hour to create art, fam. She grinned. Besides, you probably want to clean up too. You've got that whole post-battle rugged look going, which works for some feeds, but dash. I get it. I didn't, but arguing seemed pointless. 1 hour. 1 hour. She started walking backward toward the exit. Don't be late. Perfect lighting waits for no one. I watched her disappear into the crowd, shaking my head. Social media. The amount of effort people put into crafting their online presence baffled me. Then again, maybe Cammy had a point. Image was part of being a hero, after all. All Might's smile wasn't just about reassurance, it was his brand. His symbol. And I just gave everyone something to talk about. I smiled. The exam had gone better than planned. Not just passing, but making a statement. Showing what a quirkless hero could do. Now I just had to survive creating a brand over boba. Gramps would laugh himself sick if he could see me now. Comment. Chapter 12. 12 Perception is Reality. Tap, is this thing on? I adjusted my round glasses and peered at the metaphorical camera, a warm smile spreading across my face as I tucked a stray strand of purple highlighted black hair. Behind my ear, my trusty Stitch Kigurumi was covered in ink stains as usual, but hey, occupational hazard of being a writer, right? Hi everyone. I waved enthusiastically. I'm Wisteria, your friendly neighborhood author and general chaos coordinator for this little story we've got going on here. And oh my gosh, you would not believe the day I've had. I bounced in my chair, causing my messy bun to wobble precariously. The pencils stuck through it threatened to rain down like wooden arrows, but I was too excited to care. So there I was, buried under a mountain of textbooks, cramming for this absolutely brutal literature analysis exam. We're talking the kind of stuff that makes your brain feel like it's been through a blender. I paused to take a breath, realizing I was rambling. But guess what? I aced it. My victory dance nearly sent my laptop flying, but I caught it just in time. And you know what that means? I leaned forward conspiratorially, lowering my voice. I'm in such a good mood that we're doing a double chapter today. I know, don't get used to it. This is a special occasion kind of thing, like finding an extra French fry at the bottom of the bag or spotting a double rainbow. Shuffling through my papers, I retrieved my main notebook. But before we dive in, I should probably mention something important. See, I'm not just telling the story, I'm more like its guardian, curator, the person who gets to peek behind the curtain and share these amazing moments with you all. I glanced down at my notes. It's a big responsibility, you know? Making sure every character gets their moment to shine, keeping track of all the little details, making sure everything flows just right. A soft smile crossed my face. But honestly, I wouldn't have it any other way. Oh, and fair warning, I might pop in from time to chat or offer some insights. Think of me as your friendly tour guide through this wild ride we're about to embark on. Just don't expect me to give away any spoilers. I winked, then immediately regretted it because wow, that felt awkward. So, ready to get started? Because let me tell you what's coming up next. I grinned, reaching for my favorite pen. It's going to be Plus Ultra. Now then, where were we? The hot shower had worked wonders on my muscles. I stood in front of the locker room mirror, running a hand through my still damp hair. The strands felt impossibly soft, like fresh cotton. Gramps would say I'm preening, I thought, but dismissed the notion. There was nothing wrong with looking presentable. I pulled on the black turtleneck, the fine wool settling perfectly across my shoulders. The rest of the outfit followed: tailored black briefs, leather belt with its understated silver buckle, Chelsea boots polished to a subtle shine. The silver chain around my neck caught the light as I fastened my watch. A touch of cologne, cedar and sandalwood, nothing overwhelming. My phone buzzed. Room 2187 nail polish sparkles. Cammy's text included a string of emojis I didn't bother decoding. I looked up the Grand Sakura Hotel. My eyebrows rose at the room rates displayed prominently on their website. The presidential suite cost more per night than most people made in a month. Rich kid, huh? That explained a few things about her designer test outfit. The time caught my eye. 30 minutes gone, 40-minute trip ahead. She'd said an hour, but late is late, I muttered, grabbing my bag. The trains would be crowded this time of day. My phone buzzed again as I walked to the station. How'd it go? Mom's text radiated concern even through the screen. I smiled, typing while I walked. Pretty sure I aced it. 68 villain points, plus whatever they give for taking down the zero-pointer. The what? Don't worry, I was careful. Tell you all about it at dinner? A flood of heart emojis filled my screen. I switched to Gramps' chat. Exam finished. Use that throw you taught me. Did you break anything? Classic Gramps, straight to the point. Just a robot. Though technically Uraraka's quirk did most of the work. Uraraka? Girl I met during the exam. She can remove gravity from things she touches. I could picture his knowing smirk. Useful quirk. Good synergy potential. That's what I thought too. The dash. Save it for training. A pause, then, proud of you, kid. The message hit harder than expected. I pocketed my phone, blinking rapidly. The train platform teemed with afternoon commuters. I found a spot near the back of the car, slipped in my earbuds, and pulled up Luna Snow's latest album. The hero/idol's voice filled my ears as Tokyo's skyline blurred past. Wonder what Cammy's planning for this photo shoot thing. The thought of spending an hour getting the perfect boba tea picture seemed ridiculous, but she approached it with the same intensity one brought to training. Different priorities, I guess. My phone buzzed again. Cammy had sent another message. Hope you're on your way, fam. Got the perfect spot picked out, eyes sparkles, trust the process. I typed back, running a bit late. Traffic. No worries. Beauty takes time and I am serving today nail polish. The Grand Sakura Hotel's lobby stretched before me in marble and gold. Crystal chandeliers cast warm light across the polished floor. A grand piano sat in one corner, its ebony surface reflecting the afternoon sun. The whole place screamed old money. I pulled out my phone. 3 rings before Cammy picked up. Aizu. You here? Just walked in. Nice place. Right? The shower pressure alone is worth the price tag. Just head up to my room, I'm still getting ready. Wait, I should probably dash. The line went dead. I stared at my phone. Did she just? A laugh bubbled up. Is this about to get complicated? Memories of another life, another time surfaced. But no, this was Cammy. Sure, she was flirtatious, but that was just her personality. We'd only met today. So, I shook my head, amused at my own thoughts. The elevator dinged open onto the 21st floor. The carpet muffled my footsteps as I searched for room. My knuckles had barely touched the door when it swung open. Cammy stood there in black lace and silk that left little to the imagination. Sorry about the wait. She stretched languorously. The shower was just too good to resist. I leaned against the doorframe, studying her. Something felt. The way she moved, the cadence of her speech, it was Cammy, but not quite. An illusion? I was about 65% sure. The real question was, why? A smile tugged at my lips. 2 can play this game. Don't apologize. I let my gaze drift deliberately. Some things are worth waiting for. Oh. She stepped closer. See something you like? Maybe. I moved into her space, noting how the illusion didn't quite capture her usual scent. But I think the real thing would be more interesting. The fake Cammy froze for a fraction of a second. Behind her, barely visible through the suite's open bathroom door, I caught a glimpse of movement. You're no fun. The illusion dissolved in a swirl of smoke. The real Cammy emerged from the bathroom and my breath caught. She transformed the UA test uniform into something else entirely. A crisp white collar framed her neck, the dark tie knotted with mathematical precision. The navy V-neck sweater hugged her curves perfectly, its sleeves rolled to expose delicate wrists. Her pleated skirt swayed with each step, the deep navy fabric catching light in mesmerizing patterns. Black thigh-high stockings drew the eye down to Oxford shoes that gleamed like mirrors. A velvet choker completed the ensemble, its tiny pendant catching the light. Figured you'd keep it classy. She grinned. Dark academia vibes match your whole aesthetic. You clean up nice? She pulled out her phone. This fit is too good not to document. Get over here. I moved beside her as she adjusted the angle. All this for boba? Content creation is an art, fam. She leaned against me, phone raised. Now smile like you just threw another building. The camera clicked. Cammy studied the result with critical eyes. Perfect first shot. She tapped the screen. The lighting hits just right, makes your jawline look illegal. Speaking of illegal, I raised an eyebrow. That illusion was bold. Had to test if you could spot the difference. She slipped her phone away. Not many people can. The details were good, but you missed the little things. Like what? Your scent, for one. The way you move. Small gestures that make you. Careful there. Her eyes sparkled. Keep talking like that and a girl might get ideas. From the girl who greeted me in lingerie? Hey, if you've got it. She struck a pose. Besides, your reaction was interesting. Oh. Most guys either freeze up or get creepy. You played along but kept your distance. She tilted her head. Almost like you knew it wasn't real. Maybe I'm just a gentleman. Maybe. She studied me. Or maybe you've got experience with this kind of situation. I laughed, adjusting my collar. Right? Because the Quirkless guy has loads of experience with appealing women in hotel rooms. You'd be surprised what some people are into. She pulled out her phone. Now, about that social media presence. I have social media. Lurking on hero forums doesn't count. Her fingers danced across the screen. What's your handle? Don't have one. Was planning to set something up once I actually became a hero. Cammy's jaw dropped. Fam. You can't just walk into UA looking like that and not have a platform. The brand building starts now. The brand? Being a hero is like 60% marketing these days. She perched on the suite's leather armchair, patting the spot beside her. Especially for someone in your situation. I sat, curiosity piqued. What do you mean? Think about it. First Quirkless hero student? That's going to draw attention. Lots of it. Some good, some. She shrugged. Better to control your own narrative. She had a point. I'd planned to not flaunt my Quirkless status at first, but rumors would spread eventually. And once they did, fine. But nothing too extra. She grinned. Please. You wear designer turtlenecks to an entrance exam. You're already living that life. It's not designer dash. That's Armani, sweetie. I know my brands. She tapped her screen. Now usernames. Something clean, professional. Your actual name's probably taken. Most variations are. I pulled out my own phone. Checked a while back out of curiosity. Of course you did. She nudged my shoulder. What about playing into the whole martial arts thing? Modern career or something? I shook my head. Too generic. And it sounds like I'm compensating. Fair. Oh. Her eyes lit up. Quirkless sponge. Might as well call myself underdog and be done with it. Okay, Mr. Picky. You try. I thought for a moment. What about sovereign? Ooh. She typed rapidly. Available on both platforms. Sounds more mystical than Quirkless. I like it. Thanks. I think. Trust me, this is going to be huge. She finished setting up the accounts. Now for your first post. Let's get that boba. The cafe she picked sat tucked between a bookstore and a vintage clothing shop. String lights crisscrossed the ceiling, casting warm patterns across exposed brick walls. Plants hung in macrame holders, their leaves casting intricate shadows. Perfect aesthetic. Cammy surveyed the space with professional eyes. Order something colorful. Brown tea doesn't pop on camera. I studied the menu. The taro looks good. Basic but classic. Get the crystal boba, regulars too dark. The drinks arrived in tall glasses, layers of purple and white topped with pale pearls. Cammy immediately started arranging them on our table. Hold yours like this. She demonstrated, fingers curved elegantly around the glass. Tilt it slightly, catches the light better. Can't I just drink it? After we get the shot. She adjusted my sleeve. Now look thoughtful, like you're contemplating hero society or whatever goes on in that big brain of yours. You're enjoying this way too much. Obviously. She snapped several photos in quick succession. Social media's my thing. Got it from my mom, she runs this massive PR firm in Sapporo. That's why you're in a hotel? You're from up north. Born and raised. She lowered her phone, satisfaction evident. Got to get an apartment down here if I make it into UA. Which, after today, pretty sure I did. Your parents must be proud. Mom is. Dad. She stirred her drink. He wanted me to join the family business. PR's more stable than hero work. But you chose this anyway. Some things are worth the risk. She smiled, but it didn't quite reach her eyes. What about your folks? They must have opinions about the whole Quirkless hero thing. Mom's supportive. After the initial shock wore off. I took a sip of my drink. Haven't heard from Dad in about 10 years. He works overseas. Sheet. Sorry I didn't dash. It's fine. Mom and I do all right. I gestured to her phone. So, what's the verdict on the photos? Right. Her usual energy returned. These are fire. Look at this one. The light hits your eyes just right. Makes them look all intense and mysterious. She leaned closer, shoulder pressing against mine as she scrolled through the shots. Her perfume carried notes of vanilla and something floral I couldn't place. This isn't a date, she said suddenly. I blinked. What? Just clarifying. Because this kind of feels like. She waved her hand vaguely. Two people getting drinks and taking pictures? Exactly. Relief colored her voice. Totally normal friend stuff. Completely platonic. Absolutely. We stared at each other for a moment before breaking into laughter. We're ridiculous, she said, wiping her eyes. Speak for yourself. I'm a delight. You're something all right? She checked her phone and jumped up. Oh, perfect timing, we can catch the All Might movie. It's the 20th anniversary edition. I should probably head dash. She grabbed my arm. Come on. I won't be back until the end of March, and my bestie needs proper cultural education. Bestie? You helped me ace the exam. We're basically bonded for life now. She tugged me toward the door. Besides, don't you want to study a successful hero brand up close? I let her pull me along, hiding my smile. You're not going to let this social media thing go, are you? Nope. By the time school starts, you'll have a whole aesthetic going. Trust me. The theater's marquee glowed in the gathering dusk. Cammy's hand remained warm on my arm as she bought our tickets. Not a date, I reminded myself. Just two future heroes analyzing successful marketing strategies. The lobby's neon lights painted everything in shades of blue and pink. Cammy's hair caught the colors like liquid metal as she debated snack options. Sweet or salty? She studied the concession menu. Actually, get both. Movie snack photos are essential content. I raised an eyebrow. Everything's content with you, isn't it? Life's a story worth telling. She ordered a ridiculous amount of food. Might as well tell it beautifully. Your mom really rubbed off on you, huh? More than I like to admit sometimes. She balanced drinks and snacks with practiced ease. But she taught me something important: perception shapes reality. If people see you as confident, capable, appealing, eventually you become those things. Fake it till you make it? More like, choose your own story. The world's going to try to write one for you anyway. She nodded toward the theater entrance. Might as well make it one worth reading. We found seats near the back, surrounded by the smell of popcorn and the murmur of other moviegoers. Cammy arranged our snacks for yet another photo. Last one, I promise. She angled her phone. Then we can just enjoy the show. The camera clicked. She studied the result, then showed me. Our faces glowed in the theater's dim light, surrounded by carefully arranged snacks and drinks. We looked natural, like we'd known each other for years instead of hours. Not bad. I reached for the popcorn, though I still say the boba ones were better. Obviously, that lighting was perfect. She settled into her seat as the previews started. Just wait till we do a proper photo shoot. You're going to break the internet. Should I be worried? Probably. Her shoulder bumped mine. But that's what besties are for. The lights dimmed. On screen, All Might's logo sparkled to life. Cammy's hand found the popcorn at the same time as mine, our fingers brushing briefly in the darkness. Not a date, I thought again. But sitting there, watching hero propaganda disguised as entertainment with someone who saw past the Quirkless label to the person beneath. It felt like something worth documenting. Maybe Cammy was right about the whole narrative control thing. Every story needed a beginning. This seemed like a pretty good one. 32 comment. Chapter 13. 13 #not8. The credits rolled as we stumbled out of the theater, still laughing at All Might's attempts to blend in at an American college party. That dance scene though. Cammy wiped tears from her eyes. Like, who thought teaching All Might to breakdance was a good idea? Pretty sure that wasn't in the original cut. I held the door for her. The CGI looked different from the rest. They totally added it for the anniversary. No way that existed in 2203. She squeezed my hand. Though watching him try to fit those muscles into a Letterman jacket? Iconic. Neither of us seemed to notice we were still holding hands from the jump scare scene. Her fingers stayed intertwined with mine as we walked, warm despite the evening chill. The whole foreign exchange student who's secretly a hero plot was pretty thin, I said. But seeing him figure out American culture had its moments. That poor cafeteria lady. Her face when he ate the entire football team's meal prep. My phone rang, interrupting our shared laughter. Mom's picture filled the screen. Hey Mom, what's up? Izuku. I was getting worried. Are you still out? I checked the time. 8 already? Sorry, lost track of time. Met a friend from the entrance exam. We ended up getting drinks and watching a movie. A friend? Her tone shifted. From the exam? Yeah, we helped each other out during the practical. I caught Cammy's amused look. Actually worked really well together. That's wonderful. What's their name? Here we go. Cammy. She's from Sapporo. She. Mom's voice rose an octave. Yes, Mom. We're just friends. Of course, of course. I'm just happy you're making connections. Will you be home soon? Actually. I glanced at Cammy, who mouthed something. I was thinking of showing her around the area first, since she's not from here. That okay? Just be careful. And text me if you'll be late. Will do. Love you. Love you too, sweetie. I hung up, catching Cammy's grin. What? Just friends, huh? Well, we are. True. She swung our joined hands. Though most friends don't hold hands for 20 minutes without noticing. Heat crept up my neck as I realized she was right. But neither of us let go. So. She bumped my shoulder. About that tour? You really want to see Muzutafu at night? Through a local's eyes? Absolutely. Her eyes sparkled. Show me your city, Aizu. We wandered the streets, our path meandering but purposeful. I pointed out my favorite spots, the hidden ramen shop where the owner knew every regular's order by heart, the vintage bookstore that stayed open until midnight, the park where local heroes sometimes trained. That's where Backdraft practiced his water control, I said, indicating a scorched section of wall. Before he made it big. You really know your stuff. Cammy traced the burn marks. Most people wouldn't notice things like this. I used to follow hero activity pretty closely. Still do, just differently now. She studied my face. Because you're quirkless? Partly. But also because I started seeing behind the spectacle. The real work that goes into being a hero. We reached the shopping district, most stores closed but still lit. Our reflections ghosted across darkened windows, a tall boy in black and a girl in navy blue, hands linked like it was the most natural thing in the world. This is my favorite view of the city. I led her down a side street that opened onto Tacoba Municipal Beach Park. The moon hung low over the water, its light painting silver paths across gentle waves. Stars scattered across the clear sky, more visible here away from the main streets. It's appealing. Cammy slipped off her shoes, letting her feet sink into the cool sand. Want to see something? I pulled out my phone, finding the old video. This is from 10 months ago. The screen showed a much smaller version of me in an oversized all-might shirt. Past me peeled off the sweat-soaked fabric, revealing a body that hadn't yet been sculpted by months of training. Progress report, day 1. My recorded voice said. Current status, getting my butt kicked by home appliances. Cammy settled closer, watching intently as past me detailed his pathetic strength levels and wrapped his hands with torn shirt strips. You were so tiny, she whispered. But that fire in your eyes. It's the same. The video ended with past me grinning at the camera, determined despite his exhaustion. Current me closed the phone, oddly self-conscious. Wow. I looked up at the night sky. The moon really looks appealing tonight. Don't you think? When Cammy didn't respond, I turned to find her staring at me, a deep blush coloring her cheeks. It was the first time I'd seen her composure crack all day. What? She shook her head, laughing softly. Nothing. But you really don't know what you do to people, do you? What do you mean? That line. The moon thing. It's... She waved her free hand vaguely. Never mind. It's not important. We sat in comfortable silence, watching the waves. The sea breeze carried salt and possibilities, making the night feel endless. I have to head back tomorrow, she said finally. Early train. When will you be back? End of March, probably. Need to get settled before school starts. She squeezed my hand. But we'll talk. You've got my number now, remember? How could I forget? My brand manager would never let me hear the end of it. DMN right. She stood, pulling me up with her. Walk me back to the hotel? The return trip passed too quickly. We reached the Grand Sakura's lobby, our hands finally separating after hours of contact. This wasn't a date, Cammy said, but her smile held something. Definitely not. I straightened her tie, letting my fingers linger. Just two future heroes analyzing successful marketing strategies. Exactly. She stepped closer. Though if it was a date. Yeah. It would have been a pretty good one. Before I could respond, she rose on her toes and pressed a quick kiss to my cheek. See you in March, Aizu. She disappeared into the elevator, leaving me standing in the marble lobby with my hand pressed to my face. My phone buzzed. A notification from Instagram, @Cammy_Sashimi had tagged me in a post. The photo from the movie theater, our faces close in the dim light, surrounded by carefully arranged snacks. Her caption read, Entrance exam buddies nail polish sparkles watch this space, big things coming. #YouAbound #future heroes. I smiled, liking the post before heading home. The night air felt different somehow, charged with potential. Or maybe that was just me, still floating from everything that hadn't happened on our not date. Mom was waiting up, of course. Her knowing smile said everything her polite questions didn't. I answered between bites of reheated dinner, downplaying certain details while my cheeks still tingled from Cammy's goodbye. Later, lying in bed, I scrolled through the photos we'd taken. The boba shots, the theater selfies, even a few candid moments I hadn't noticed her capturing. Each one told a story, not just of two people becoming friends, but of two futures beginning to intertwine. Choose your own story, she'd said. Might as well make it one worth reading. I saved the theater photo as my phone background before closing my eyes. Whatever story we were starting, I had a feeling it would be worth every page. The sound of waves echoed in my dreams, carrying whispers of what March might bring. For now, that was enough. More than enough. It was perfect. March 11th, 2226. I toweled off my neck, settling into my desk chair after a morning of training. The burn in my muscles felt good, a reminder that maintaining this strength took constant work. No shortcuts, just dedication and sweat. My laptop chimed. Cammy's video call popped up right on schedule. Aizu. You'll never believe what just dash. She stopped mid-sentence, eyes widening. The arms. Who said you could look like that? I glanced down at my tank top. I just finished working out. Clearly. She adjusted her camera, revealing her outfit. The butterfly on her shirt seemed to dance as she moved, its psychedelic colors a stark contrast to the black fabric. A matching choker drew attention to her neck, while small silver hoops caught the light. Nice shirt. Thanks. Thought I'd dress up for the occasion. She reached off-screen, returning with an envelope. An envelope with UA's distinctive seal. My stomach dropped. You got yours already? Emchum. She waved it like a fan. Want to know what it says? You already opened it, didn't you? Her grin widened. Maybe. And? She placed the letter down carefully, smoothing non-existent wrinkles. Looked up at me through her lashes. Then burst into motion, dancing around her room with her arms raised. Class 1 baby. Your girl's going to you. Despite my own letter's conspicuous absence, her joy proved infectious. That's amazing. I knew you'd make it. Right? All that planning paid off. She dropped back into her chair, spinning once. Though I still can't believe someone 6 hours away got their letter before someone who could walk to UA. The Postal Service works in mysterious ways. Or they're doing it alphabetically and Utsushimi comes before. She squinted at me. Wait, I forgot your family name. Midoriya. Midoriya. She tested the word. Nope, that theory's dead. You definitely comes after M. I propped my chin on my hand. Maybe they're sending rejection letters last? Don't even joke about that. She leaned closer to her camera. You demolished that exam. They'd be idiots not to take you. There were a lot of strong applicants. And none of them destroyed a 0-pointer. She tapped her screen where my face would be. Stop with the sad puppy eyes. Your letter's probably out for DLVI right now. Puppy eyes. You get this look when you're worried. All big eyes and furrowed brows. It's unfairly cute. I do not. You're doing it right now. She laughed. See? That little head tilt too. You're like those videos of confused golden retrievers. I'm hanging up. No, you're not. She adjusted her choker, drawing attention to the delicate crosswork. You like talking to me too much. She wasn't wrong, but I wasn't about to admit it. Maybe I just enjoy the ego boost of being compared to a dog. A very cute dog. Not helping your case. Fine, fine. She held up her hands in surrender. Tell me about your workout instead. Those arms didn't just happen. I described my morning routine, the run with mom, the weight training, the martial arts practice. Cammy asked surprisingly technical questions about form and progression. I've been thinking about adding more strength training, she said. The illusions are great, but sometimes you need actual muscle, you know? I could help you design a program. Your quirk would be perfect for form checks. You could create copies to watch yourself from different angles. Her eyes lit up. That's genius. We could do virtual training sessions. It would need to work around class schedules once we start. I caught myself. If we both get in. When? She pointed at me. When we both get in. Now show me that shoulder press form you were talking about. I demonstrated the movement pattern, explaining the key points of technique. Cammy created a small illusion of herself to mimic my motions. Like this. Close. Try keeping your elbows a bit more forward. I reached toward the screen instinctively before catching myself. Sorry, force of habit. Wish you could actually adjust my form. She dispersed the illusion. April needs to hurry up. 3 more weeks. Too long. She flopped back in her chair. I want to start hero training now. Show off my new moves. New moves? Oh yeah, I've been practicing. Check this out. She raised her hand, and suddenly my screen filled with butterflies matching her shirt. They swirled in complex patterns before resolving into words. Future hero. That's incredible control. Right? I can do super detailed stuff now, as long as it's small scale. The butterflies dissolved into smoke. Still working on bigger illusions, but dash. Izuku. Mom's voice carried through my open door. It's here. My heart stopped. Was that? Cammy leaned toward her camera. I should dash. Go. Call me right back. Comment. 26 comment. Chapter 14, Goals. 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 Hey everyone. Wisteria here, taking a quick break from my endless tea-fueled writing sessions to chat with you all. I have to say, the response to this story has been absolutely incredible. When I first started chronicling this new Izuku's adventures in the MHA universe, I wasn't sure how people would react on my take. Reaches for my teacup, only to find it empty. But you all have been amazing. The theories, the discussions, the way you've embraced characters like Cammy and picked up on all the little details I've been weaving in. Squeals and hugs Stitch plushie, it's like you're all living in this world right alongside me. Speaking of living in this world. Grins mischievously while pouring more tea. I've been thinking about how to thank you all for the incredible support. So, I've decided to do something special. For every 400 Power Stones we hit, I'll release a bonus chapter. That's what? Settling back in chair. I mean, not that I'm worried about having to write too many extras. There's no way you all could hit that milestone more than once, right? Winks, that would be crazy. Could you imagine me having to write double chapters every day? Nervous laughter while glancing at my already overwhelming schedule. But seriously, thank you all. Your enthusiasm makes all those late nights worth it. Every comment about Bang's teaching methods, every theory about Toshiro's true origins, every squeal over Cammy's not-so-subtle crush. It all makes the story feel so much more alive. Pulls out fresh notebook, already covered in doodles. And speaking of alive, grins, you haven't seen anything yet. I've got so many plans for where this is going. The USJ? That's just the beginning. Wait until you see what happens when... Quickly slaps hand over mouth. No spoilers. Bad Wisteria. Bonks self on head with notebook. Anyway, keep those theories coming, keep supporting each other in the comments, and maybe, just maybe, prove me wrong about those bonus chapters? Now if you'll excuse me, I have some writing to do. These characters aren't going to torture themselves. Well, technically Izuku kind of does, but that's different. Pulls hood back up determinately. Plus ultra, everyone. Let's see what kind of chaos we can create together. Now, where was I? Ah yes, that scene with Cammy's apartment furniture arrangement. Grins evilly. Author's note, the above is just me being silly and breaking the fourth wall a bit. The real story continues in the next chapter. And yes, I'm serious about those bonus chapters. Even if I might regret it when you all prove me wrong about hitting that milestone multiple times. Grinning face with sweat. Sticks head back out. Wait, did I just write my own author's note in character? Facepalms, this is what happens when you spend too much time in story world, folks. The lines start to blur. Actually disappears this time, muttering about plot points and character arcs. Real author's note. Seriously though, thank you all. This journey's just beginning, and I can't wait to share where it goes next. Purple Heart. Distant voice from Writing Cave. I can still see the fourth wall from here. Stop breaking it. Sound of door closing firmly. Door creaks open one last time. But really though, for 100 Power Stones? That's impossible, right? Right? Door slams shut. The end. Of this meta chapter, not the story. The story continues. With actual plot. And less fourth wall breaking. I promise. Comment. 10 comment. Chapter 15. 14128 Reasons to Believe. March 5, 2226. Toshinori Yagi, better known as All Might, slouched in his chair, his gaunt form a stark contrast to the heroic figure plastered across billboards. The reviewing room hummed with quiet conversation as his fellow teachers dissected the practical entrance exam results. He rubbed his sunken eyes, fighting exhaustion. These meetings always drained him, but today felt particularly taxing. Principal Nizu's voice cut through the chatter. "Let's move on to our top 3 scorers, shall we?" The small chimera tapped a claw against his teacup, drawing everyone's attention. "Ectoplasm, if you do the honors?" The mathematics teacher nodded, his mask betraying no emotion as he pulled up the first file. Third place, Kami Utsushimi. 48 villain points, 27 rescue points. The screens flickered to life, showcasing a blonde girl weaving through robot attackers. Her movements were fluid, almost dance-like, as she dodged metallic claws and energy blasts. But it was her quirk that truly captivated the room. Illusions shimmered into existence, false targets, environmental hazards, even copies of the girl herself. Robots faltered, their sensors struggling to differentiate reality from fiction. In their confusion, Utsushimi slipped behind them, deactivating control panels. Midnight leaned forward, her lips curving into an impressed smile. "Now that's using your head. Creative quirk application and solid tactical awareness." "Agreed," Aizawa grunted, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the footage. "But relying too heavily on misdirection could become a crutch. She'll need to develop other skills to round out her abilities." Vlad King crossed his arms, the motion stretching his skin-tight costume. "True, but that level of control at her age is impressive. With proper training, she could become a formidable hero." The conversation continued, teachers debating the finer points of Utsushimi's performance. All Might found his attention drifting, his mind replaying a long-ago encounter on a rooftop. A desperate question from a quirkless boy. Ectoplasm's voice snapped him back to the present. Second place, Katsuki Bakugo. 77 villain points, 0 rescue points. The screens erupted with explosions. A spiky-haired boy tore through the exam site, his palms igniting with concussive blasts that reduced robots to scrap metal. His movements were precise, each detonation carefully controlled to maximize damage. Raw power and expert quirk control, Cementos observed, his blocky features impassive. But that rescue point total is concerning. Snipe tilted his head, the lenses of his gas mask reflecting the destruction on screen. "Kid's got a mean streak, that's for sure. Ain't even seemed to notice the other examinees." "Perhaps," Nizu interjected, his tone thoughtful. "But we mustn't overlook potential. Many great heroes started with rough edges." Recovery Girl harumphed, her small frame radiating disapproval. "Rough edges are one thing. This boy shows a complete disregard for collateral damage. He'll be a nightmare to treat if he keeps that up." "I'll W him into shape," Aizawa said, a hint of challenge in his voice. "Raw talent like that is worth the effort." The debate intensified, teachers split on Bakugo's merits and liabilities. All Might found himself frowning, something about the boy's ferociousness striking an uncomfortable chord. Another memory surfaced, a sludge villain, a hostage situation, a quirkless boy rushing in. A gentle touch on his shoulder jolted him from his reverie. Queen, Recovery Girl's assistant, gave him a concerned look. "Are you all right, All Might? You seem distracted." He forced a wan smile. "Just tired, my dear. Nothing to worry about." Nizu cleared his throat, recapturing the room's focus. "And now, our top scorer. Ectoplasm?" The math teacher's posture straightened almost imperceptibly. First place, Izuku Midoriya. 68 villain points, 60 rescue points. The air in the room seemed to shift as the footage began. A green-haired boy moved with purpose through the chaos, his actions a stark contrast to Bakugo's unbridled aggression. Midoriya's fights were calculated, each move designed to disable robots efficiently while minimizing collateral damage. But it was his rescue efforts that truly stood out. The boy seemed to have a sixth sense for danger, repeatedly placing himself in harm's way to protect other examinees. He used the environment to his advantage, using debris as projectiles and guiding others to safety. Remarkable situational awareness, Vlad King murmured, leaning forward in his seat. He's treating this like a real crisis, not just a test. Midnight nodded, her expression a mix of approval and curiosity. And look at that physicality. His strength and speed are well above average for his age. The footage continued, showcasing Midoriya's tactical mind and impressive combat skills. All Might found himself leaning closer, a nagging sense of familiarity tugging at him. Those eyes, that determined set of the jaw. Him the 0-pointer. The room fell silent as they watched Midoriya's daring rescue of the trapped girl, his ingenious use of her quirk, and the spectacular takedown of the massive robot. Even Aizawa's perpetual scowl softened, replaced by grudging respect. Now that, the Erasure hero said, is how you ace an entrance exam. Present Mike suddenly snapped his fingers, his voice rising with excitement. I knew I recognized this kid. He was on the news a few weeks back, cleaned up that whole beach by himself. Takoba Municipal, I think? All Might's breath caught in his throat. The beach. The training ground he'd considered for. No, it couldn't be. Nisa's voice cut through his spiraling thoughts. Most impressive of all, this Midoriya boy is quirkless. The word hung in the air like a physical thing. Quirkless. Green hair. A rooftop conversation that had haunted All Might for months. Tashinori. He blinked, realizing Nizu had been calling his name. The principal's beady eyes studied him with unsettling intensity. Are you quite all right? You look as though you've seen a ghost. All Might forced a laugh, waving off the concern. Just surprised, that's all. A quirkless student scoring so high, it's unprecedented. Nizu hummed noncommittally, but All Might could feel the principal's analytical gaze boring into him. Indeed. Well, I believe that concludes our meeting for today. Tashinori, a word in my office if you please. As the other teachers filed out, All Might's mind raced. Could it really be the same boy? But he looked so different now, confident, powerful. Nothing like the scrawny, desperate child from that rooftop. He followed Nizu down the winding corridors of UA, lost in thought. The principal's office was a reflection of its occupant, organized chaos, with stacks of books and papers covering every surface. Nizu settled behind his desk, gesturing for All Might to take a seat. Now then, Nizu said, steepling his pause. What's really on your mind, old friend? All Might sighed, his skeletal form seeming to shrink further. Is it that obvious? Only to those who know you well. Nizu's tone was gentle, but his eyes remained sharp. This Midoriya boy, you've met him before, haven't you? There was no point in denying it. All Might nodded, the weight of his past decisions settling heavily on his shoulders. About 10 months ago. He asked me if a quirkless person could become a hero. Nizu's ears twitched. And what did you tell him? All Might's voice faltered. I told him no. That it was too dangerous, that he should find another dream that's realistic. Silence stretched between them. Nizu sipped his tea, his expression unreadable. I see, the principal said at last. And now? All Might stared at his hands, clenching and unclenching them slowly. Now I'm wondering if I made a terrible mistake. If I crushed that boy's dreams, only for him to prove me spectacularly wrong. Nizu set down his cup, his tone thoughtful. Perhaps. Or perhaps your words motivated him to push beyond his perceived limits. We can't know for certain. What should I do? For now? Nothing. Nizu's gaze softened slightly. Let the boy enjoy his victory. There will be time for conversations and potential mentorship once classes begin. All Might nodded, feeling a mix of relief and trepidation. You're right, of course. Thank you, Nizu. As he stood to leave, the principal's voice stopped him. Tashinori? Remember, the mark of a true hero isn't never making mistakes. It's how we learn from them and move forward. All Might managed a small smile. I'll try to keep that in mind. He left Nizu's office, his mind still churning with possibilities. Whatever the future held, one thing was certain, Izuku Midoriya was a student to watch. And perhaps, the answer to a question All Might had been asking himself for far too long. Who would inherit the mantle of One for All? March 11th, 2226. I closed the laptop and sprinted downstairs, taking the steps 2 at a time. Mom stood in the living room, still in her running clothes, clutching a thick envelope to her chest. It came. Her voice trembled. Special DLVOY. The UA seal gleamed red against the crisp white paper. Heavy, that meant more than just a letter. Probably a data disk or... Sweetie. Mom held out the envelope. Don't you want to open it? Right. I took it carefully, settling onto the couch. The paper felt expensive, substantial. Mom perched beside me, hands clasped tight. Whatever it says dash. I know, Mom. I broke the seal and pulled out a folded letter. A small metal disc clattered onto the coffee table. Is that a dash? The disc hummed to life, projecting a massive image against the far wall. All Might's larger-than-life smile filled our living room, his yellow suit practically glowing. I am here. As a projection. Mom grabbed my arm. I barely noticed, too busy processing the sight of the symbol of peace himself delivering my exam results. The last time I'd seen that smile up close. No one's ever become a hero without a quirk. It's not bad to dream, but you need to be realistic. You are probably wondering why I am here. All Might's recorded voice boomed through our living room. Well, young Midoriya, I have taken a position as a teacher at UA. What? But that's not what this is about. He shuffled some papers, still grinning. Are you ready to see your results? Mom's grip tightened. First, the written exam. Young Midoriya, you scored an impressive 96%, one of the highest marks we've seen this year. This score alone would qualify you for general studies. The projection changed to show my exam paper, covered in neat writing and complex diagrams. But of course, the hero course requires more than academic excellence. In the practical exam, you demonstrated remarkable combat prowess, scoring 68 villain points through direct confrontation. Footage played of my fights, precise strikes disabling robots, efficient takedowns maximizing points. However, All Might's face returned, his smile somehow wider. That's not all UA was looking for. A true hero's worth isn't measured solely by the villains they defeat. The screen shifted again. My breath caught. There I was, sprinting toward danger while everyone else ran away. The zero-pointer loomed impossibly large, but the camera focused on my face, calm, focused, already planning. Young Uraraka's testimony was quite moving. All Might's voice softened. She described how you not only rescued her, but took time to learn her name, understand her quirk, and incorporate her abilities into your strategy, all while under extreme pressure. The footage continued, showing my improvised throw and the zero-pointer's dramatic fall. Defeating villains is part of the job, but saving people, that's the true mark of a hero. And you, young man, exemplified that spirit perfectly. Mom's hands covered her mouth. For your rescue of multiple students and your innovative use of teamwork, 60 rescue points. 60? This brings your total score to 128 points, the highest in UA entrance exam history. The projection showed a scoreboard. My name sat at the top, well above the previous record. Young Midoriya. All Might's expression grew serious. You've proven that heroism transcends quirks. You've shown that true strength lies not in the powers we're born with, but in how we use our abilities to help others. He stood, the camera pulling back to frame him against UA's impressive facade. Welcome to your hero academia. The projection flickered out, leaving us in stunned silence. Izuku. Mom's voice. You did it. You really did it. She threw herself at me, happy tears soaking my shirt as she hugged me tight. My baby's going to be a hero. I hugged her back, my own eyes stinging. The highest score ever. Not just good enough to get in, but good enough to shatter records. To prove beyond any doubt that I belonged at UA. I need to call Gramps. My voice sounded distant to my own ears. Mom pulled back, wiping her eyes. Call everyone. We're celebrating tonight. I'll make Katsudon and dash. My phone rang. FaceTime. Cammy's contact photo filled the screen. 30 seconds before I was on the bullet train over. Her grin faltered when she saw my face. Aizu? What's wrong? Nothing's wrong. I shook my head, laughing. I got in. Of course you did. What did I tell you? They'd be idiots not to dash. Highest score in exam history. She froze mid-sentence. What? 828 points. 68 villain, 60 rescue. Holy shit. Her eyes widened. That's incredible, says the girl who can create perfect illusions. Don't change the subject. She leaned closer to her camera. We're going to be classmates. Let me check first. I picked up the pamphlet, flipping past a few pages. Yep. Looks like we're both in 1A. For real. Cammy bounced in her seat, her blonde hair catching the sunlight streaming through her window. Hold it up to the camera. I turned the page toward her, showing the red class 1A. We did it. She launched into an elaborate victory dance. Just like I said at UA, remember? Manifest this. She struck a pose, perfectly mimicking her stance from that day. Your girl's got that manifestation power. Pretty sure that's not how your quirk works. Details. She dropped back into her chair, grinning. Oh, I forgot to tell you, I'm coming down next week to apartment hunt. Need to get settled before school starts. Already? That's fast. Mama insisted. Said if I'm going to actually go to UA, I need proper living arrangements. She rolled her eyes fondly. Can't have her princess commuting 6 hours each way. Mom appeared behind me again, drawn by our laughter. Are you two planning already? Midoriya-san. Cammy straightened, smoothing her hair. I was just telling Aizu I'll be in town next week. Looking for apartments, right? Mom's eyes sparkled. You know, there are some lovely units in our building. The Yamazakis just moved out of 4B right next door. Mom. What? I'm just saying it would be convenient. You two could study together, train together. That's so thoughtful. Cammy leaned closer to her camera. I'd love to check it out. And finally meet you properly, Midoriya-san. Mom beamed. Oh my, aren't you stunning? Those eyes, that smile. Izuku, you didn't tell me she was this appealing. Mom. It's true though. She squeezed my shoulders. You should bring her for dinner when she visits. I'll make my special katsudon. The famous katsudon? Cammy's eyes widened. Aizu says it's literally the best thing ever. Does he now? Mom's smile turned sly. Well, we can't disappoint then, can we? You're welcome anytime, dear. Thank you, Midoriya-san. I'd love that. There was a knock on Cammy's door. Shoot, that's my cue. Talk later? Yeah. Text me when you're free? Always do. She waved. Bye, Midoriya-san. Can't wait to meet you properly. The call ended. Mom hummed thoughtfully. Aizuha. Don't start. I'm not starting anything. She headed back to the kitchen. Though 4B is available. I groaned, but couldn't stop smiling. The acceptance letter sat on my desk, proof that everything was changing. In just a few weeks, Cammy and I would walk through UA's gates together, ready to start our hero journey. Now that was worth manifesting. 23 comment. Chapter 16, 15 Overthinking Undercover. I stared at the Power Stone counter in disbelief. What the actual dash? I pushed my glasses up, squinting at the numbers. We're at almost 600 Power Stones. How did? When did? My hands flailed, sending my current notebook flying. Various pens scattered across my desk, a few managing to land perfectly in my cold coffee mug. The splash created an interesting ink pattern on my latest character sketch. Great. Now Izuku looks like he has purple freckles. You readers are absolutely insane, I muttered, pulling my hood back and gathering my scattered writing implements. I didn't think you'd actually. I mean, the challenge was supposed to be. I slumped back in my chair, chewing on my sleeve as I contemplated the situation. The numbers didn't lie. We were rapidly approaching 600 Power Stones. Fine. A deal's a deal. I straightened up, adjusted my glasses, and pulled out a fresh notebook. You magnificent overachievers deserve this bonus chapter. But don't think this means you've won. You only hit it one time. March 19, 22:26. I checked my phone again. 12. The train wasn't due for another 28 minutes. I'm too early. The station bustled with weekend traffic, families returning from shopping trips, couples heading for lunch dates, salarymen catching up on missed work. I found a quiet corner near the arrivals board and tried to look casual. Should have grabbed coffee first. But no, caffeine would just make the overthinking worse. And I was doing plenty of that already. 3 weeks of daily video calls. Hours of talking about everything and nothing. Sharing UA prep notes, comparing workout routines, slowly learning each other's habits and quirks. Like how she always played with her hair when solving a problem. Or how her nose scrunched up right before laughing at her own jokes. Stop it. I pulled out my phone, pretending to check messages while actually studying my reflection in the black screen. The outfit was maybe trying too hard, but Mom had insisted. You want to look nice for your friend Cammy, don't you? It's not like that. Was it? The arrivals board updated. Her train was running 2 minutes early. My hands wouldn't stop fidgeting. Keep it professional. She's going to be your classmate. Your friend. Just because she called every night, usually right before bed. Just because she'd taken to sending good morning texts with ridiculous selfies attached. You're reading too much into things. She's naturally friendly. Outgoing. Don't make it weird. The station speakers crackled. Platform 3, arriving from Sapporo. I straightened, adjusting my collar one last time. Professional. Casual. Normal. The train glided in, all sleek lines and polished steel. Passengers began filtering out, wheeling suitcases and shouldering bags. I scanned the crowd, looking for that distinctive blonde hair. Aizu. My head snapped up at her voice. There, halfway down the platform, practically bouncing with energy. She wore a cream-colored sweater dress that somehow made her look both elegant and cozy, her hair catching the afternoon sun. She spotted me. Her whole face lit up. Oh no. Aizu. The next few seconds played out in slow motion. Cammy broke into a run and launched herself at me with the grace of a gymnast. Pure reflex took over. I caught her easily, one arm supporting her weight as she wrapped her legs around my waist. Her momentum spun us in a half circle, drawing more than a few stares. Hi, she breathed, face inches from mine. Her arms looped around my neck, settling into the embrace like she belonged there. Professional plan status. Complete failure. Hi. Good trip. Boring. Until now. She made no move to let go. If anything, she snuggled closer. You're warm. Crept up my neck. We should probably get your bag. You already got it. I glanced over her shoulder. Sure enough, my free hand had snagged her duffel during the spin. Muscle memory was a hell of a thing. Show off. She poked my chest. I like the outfit, by the way. Very model off-duty. Mom picked it. Smart woman. Knows how to dress her son. Her grin turned mischievous. Though I bet you spent at least 20 minutes overthinking it. Point 15. She laughed, the sound vibrating through both of us. Called it. You're such a worrier. Someone has to balance out your chaos energy. Rude. I'm a delight. She finally unwound her legs, sliding down but keeping one arm draped across my shoulders. So, tour guide where to first? I adjusted her bag strap. Depends. Hungry. Starving. Train food is criminal. There's this ramen place nearby. Best chashu in the district. Her eyes lit up. Lead the way. We fell into step together, her arms still casually linked with mine. The stairs continued. We made an interesting pair, I supposed. Me in all black, carrying her pastel bag like it weighed nothing. Her practically glowing with excitement, pointing out every interesting shop window we passed. Oh, cute cafe. We should try it later. They do good parfaits. She raised an eyebrow. You've been. Mom likes their coffee. I steered us around a group of tourists. And their strawberry shortcake is decent. Decent, he says. Like you're some cake expert. I appreciate good desserts. Noted. She bumped my shoulder playfully. For future reference. Future reference. Future. With her. Earth to Aizu? She waved her free hand in front of my face. You went all thinking face on me. Just remembering something. Please. You were overthinking again. She poked my cheek. I can tell by the little crease right here. I don't have a thinking crease. You absolutely do. It's adorable. She stretched up on tiptoes, studying my face critically. Yep, definitely overthinking. Spill. Just glad you're here. Her expression softened. Me too. Then the playful spark returned. Even if you did try to go all proper and distant at first. I did not dash. Please. I saw that deer in headlights look when I jumped you. She squeezed my arm. Like you thought I was going to be all formal after 3 weeks of late-night calls. Put like that, it did sound ridiculous. In my defense, I said carefully, most people don't greet their friends with flying tackles. Most people are boring. She shrugged. Besides, you caught me. Knew you would. That's not the point, dash. No, the point is you're cute when you're flustered. She grinned up at me. And way too easy to tease. Before I could form a coherent response, she gasped and pulled us to a stop. Is that the ramen place? It looks so cozy. The small restaurant was tucked between 2 larger buildings, steam fogging its windows. A red paper lantern swayed gently in the breeze, casting warm light across the entrance. Best seats are at the counter, I said, grateful for the subject change. You can watch them make everything. Perfect. She finally released my arm to push open the door. After you, handsome. Handsome. The casual compliment hit like a physical thing. She'd called me that before, during our video calls, but somehow hearing it in person. Thinking face again, she sang, giving me a gentle push. Food first, existential crisis later. The familiar sense of pork bone broth and garlic hit us as we entered. The shop was small, just 10 counter seats and 3 tables, but the atmosphere was warm and inviting. Steam rose from massive pots behind the counter, and the rhythmic sound of knife work filled the air. Midoriya-kun. The elderly owner brightened as we approached. Ah, and who's this lovely young lady? Kami Atsushimi, she introduced herself with a small bow. I'm starting at UA with Aizu in a few weeks. Another hero student? Wonderful. He gestured to 2 empty seats. Please sit. The usual for you, Midoriya-kun? I nodded, setting Kami's bag carefully beside our stools. And whatever she'd like. My treat. She opened her mouth to protest, but I cut her off. You're buying next time. Her protest died in a pleased smile. Next time, huh? Well, you'll need to know all the good spots once you move here. True. She studied the menu intently. What's good besides the chashu? Everything. At her skeptical look, I elaborated. But the tantamen is amazing if you like spicy food. Sold. She set down the menu. 1 tantamen, extra spicy please. The owner chuckled. Coming right up. And the special for Midoriya-kun. We watched him work, the efficiency of decades showing in every motion. Kami leaned closer, her shoulder brushing mine. This is nice, she said softly. Being here for real, not just through a screen. Yeah. I resisted the urge to pull her closer. Though you did make the video calls fun. Even when I called at midnight because I couldn't sleep? Especially then. Those late-night conversations had become something of a highlight. Her voice getting progressively sleepier, her guard dropping just a little. The owner returned with 2 steaming bowls, breaking the moment. Enjoy! Kami's eyes widened at the sight of her tantamen. This looks incredible. Wait till you taste it. She didn't need more encouragement, diving in with enthusiasm. Her first bite drew a sound of pure satisfaction that did interesting things to my pulse. Oh my God! She took another bite. This is amazing. How is this so good? Family recipe, the owner called from further down the counter. 3 generations of perfecting it. I can tell. She attacked the noodles with renewed vigor. This might be better than section. I choked on my broth. Careful there. She patted my back, not looking remotely sorry. Can't have you dying before showing me the rest of the neighborhood. You're terrible. You love it. She stole a piece of my chashu. Oh wow, you weren't kidding about this either. Hey. Payment for emotional damages. She grinned. Besides, sharing is caring. That's not dash, I cut off as she held out a spoonful of her tantanmen. Fair's fair. Try it. The spicy broth hit my tongue, followed by the complex layers of sesame and chili oil. DMN. Right. She looked entirely too pleased with herself. We're definitely coming back here. Planning my whole schedule already? Obviously. Someone needs to make sure you don't spend all your time training. She poked my arm. Speaking of which, these are new. I glanced down at where her finger traced one of the more prominent muscles visible through my sleeve. Just the usual workout routine. Usual for who all might? She squeezed my bicep appreciatively. I mean, you were fit at the exam, but this is. She trailed off, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. Gramps is very thorough with online training, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. And I might have stepped it up a bit after the exam. Of course you did. She shook her head fondly. Try not to get too buff though. I like being able to koala hug you. Noted. No All Might physique then. Good. She returned to her food, seemingly unaware of the effect her words had. Though you'd probably look good either way. Oh my god, this girl is going to be the death of me. Comment. 27 comment. Chapter 17, 16 The Not Date, Part 2. I stared at my screen, blinking repeatedly as if that would somehow change the numbers. The Power Stone count sat at 800. They'd not only hit the goal once, but twice in a single day. And I just finished uploading the first bonus chapter a few hours ago. This isn't possible. My Stitch onesie felt suddenly too warm as I scrolled through the notifications. You're all supposed to be sleeping or working or doing literally anything else. The comments section exploded with demands for the promised chapters. I'd made the challenge thinking it would give me breathing room. Who hits 400 Power Stones that quickly, let alone 800? My fingers trembled as I reached for my coffee mug, finding it depressingly empty. It's fine. This is fine. I just had to make it to Saturday without them gaining another they couldn't possibly. Right? A notification pinged. Another Power Stone. No. I pulled my hood up, Stitch's ears flopping over my eyes. Don't you dare. Don't you dare get excited about this. Go back to your lives. I glanced at my notebook, where plot points and character arcs sprawled across pages in organized chaos. 2 more chapters. I could handle 2 more chapters. But if they hit another 400 before Saturday. Another ping. Another Power Stone. I groaned and face-planted into my desk, surrounded by empty energy drink cans and half-finished sketches. I created monsters. Appealing, supportive, terrifying monsters. Just make it to Saturday, I told myself. They can't possibly do it again. That right? We finished our meals in comfortable silence, occasionally stealing bites from each other's bowls. The owner beamed at our empty dishes. Come back anytime. He waved off my attempt to pay. On the house today. Consider it a celebration of your UA acceptance. Thank you but dash. No buts. Just promise to visit again. We will, Cammy assured him. This place is too good not to. Outside, the afternoon sun had softened, casting long shadows across the street. I shouldered her bag again, and she immediately reclaimed her spot against my side. So, she said, what's next on the grand tour? Well, there's a nice park nearby. Good spot for people watching. I checked the time. Then maybe that cafe you liked? They do afternoon tea sets. Perfect. She snuggled closer as a cool breeze swept past. Lead on, tour guide. We walked slowly, taking in the sights. Cammy had opinions about everything, the cute boutique with vintage dresses, the bookstore cat sleeping in the window, the street musician playing something jazzy on a beaten-up saxophone. It's so lively here, she said, watching a group of kids chase each other with toy hero figures. Different from home. Good different. Yeah. She smiled up at me. Feels right, you know? Like this is where I'm supposed to be. The simple honesty in her voice made my heart skip. I'm glad. Me too. She stopped suddenly, tugging my arm. Oh, ice cream. Sure enough, a small cart was parked near the park entrance, a cheerful vendor arranging colorful toppings. We just ate. There's always room for ice cream. She batted her eyes at me. Please. Fine. Yes. She bounced on her toes. You're the best. You're just saying that because I'm buying. Nope. She popped the peace sound. I'm saying it because it's true. Before I could process that, she was already at the cart, chatting animatedly with the vendor. I followed more slowly, trying to get my racing thoughts under control. This is fine. Everything's fine. Just a normal afternoon with a friend who happens to be appealing and funny and somehow thinks you're the best and… Aizu, what flavor do you want? I blinked, realizing I'd zoned out again. Green tea. Boring. She turned back to the vendor. 1 green tea and 1 strawberry cheesecake, please. Extra sprinkles on both. I don't need dash. Sprinkles make everything better. Plus, it looks good for Insta. She accepted the cones, passing me the green one. Trust me on this. The ice cream was good, the matcha flavor rich and not too sweet. Cammie's choice was considerably more elaborate, swirled with ribbons of strawberry sauce and graham cracker crumbs. Want to try? She held out her cone after taking at least 20 photos with it. I hesitated for a fraction of a second too long. She rolled her eyes and simply pressed the ice cream to my lips. Now we're even. The sweetness burst across my tongue, along with the sudden realization that this was basically an indirect kiss. So childish. From her smirk, she knew exactly what she was doing. You're dangerous, I muttered. Period. She liked a stray drop from her cone, maintaining eye contact the whole time. Besides, what's life without a little danger? We found a bench near the park's central fountain, watching people pass by as we finished our ice cream. Cammie provided running commentary on particularly interesting outfits or hairstyles, occasionally creating small allusions to show how she'd improve them. That guy would look so much better with a proper undercut. She demonstrated with a shimmer of her quirk. See, you should go into fashion if the hero thing doesn't work out. Please, I'm going to rock both. She dispelled the illusion with a wave. Speaking of fashion, want to help me decorate my new place once I move in? You found somewhere? Maybe. She smiled mysteriously. Have to check out a few options first, including that unit your mom mentioned. For B? It's nice. Good natural light. Cammie tapped her chin thoughtfully, ice cream cone tilting dangerously. Well, might as well check it out. Plus your mom did promise to feed me some katsudon. You remember that? Fam, I've been dreaming about it since she mentioned it in that talk. She caught a drip of melting ice cream with her tongue. And I really want to meet her properly. Video calls don't count. The last rays of sunlight painted everything in warm amber tones, softening the edges of buildings. She finished her cone and dusted off her hands, then held one out expectantly. Well, I stared at her outstretched hand. Your mom's katsudon isn't going to eat itself, Aizu. Her fingers wiggled impatiently. I took her hand, and she immediately laced our fingers together like it was the most natural thing in the world. Your hands are cold, I noted. Ice cream will do that. She pressed closer to my side. Good thing you're basically a space heater. We walked in comfortable silence, her thumb occasionally brushing across my knuckles. The streets grew familiar, the convenience store where Mom bought her morning coffee, the florist who always saved her favorite lilies, the elderly couple who walked their Shiba Inu at exactly 4 p.m. every day. Oh, that's my backup apartment option. Cammie pointed to a modern building with floor-to-ceiling windows. But honestly, way too exposed. Heroes need better security. Speaking from experience? Let's just say some fans get creative with drones. She shuddered. Not dealing with that again. The implications of that statement sparked something protective in my chest. I squeezed her hand gently. 4B has reinforced windows and a pretty good security system. Trying to sell me on being neighbors, Aizu? Just stating facts. She bumped my shoulder playfully. Nothing to do with wanting me close by? Before I could formulate a response that wouldn't incriminate me further, we reached my building. The familiar brick facade looked different somehow, knowing Cammy was seeing it for the first time. "This is nice," she said, studying the well-maintained entrance. "Homie." I fished out my keys one-handed, unwilling to let go of her just yet. The lobby was quiet, our footsteps echoing off. Polished floors. "Fourth floor?" Cammy eyed the elevator skeptically. "Please tell me that works." "Usually. But the stairs are good exercise." "Of course you'd say that." She tugged me toward the elevator anyway. Some of us didn't spend 10 months training with a martial arts MSTR. The elevator arrived with a cheerful ding. Inside, Cammy examined her reflection in the mirrored walls, fixing invisible imperfections in her hair. "Nervous?" "Me? Never." But her free hand kept smoothing non-existent wrinkles from her dress. "Just want to make a good impression." "Mom already likes you. Video calls aren't real life, Aizu." She bit her lip. "What if dash?" The elevator stopped. I squeezed her hand again. "Trust me?" She met my eyes in the mirror. "Always." The apartment door opened to darkness and silence. No shoes in the entryway except mine, no familiar humming from the kitchen. "Mom," I called out, though it was clear she wasn't home. Cammy released my hand to slip off her boots, arranging them neatly beside my shoes. Should I call her? Probably. She wandered into the living room, taking everything in. "Oh my God, is this baby Aizu?" I pulled out my phone, deliberately not looking at whichever embarrassing photo had caught her attention. Mom answered on the second ring. "Izuku." Perfect timing. "I'm just finishing up at the grocery store." "Did you have a nice afternoon?" "Yeah, it was great. About dinner." "Is Cammy-chan coming over?" "I got extra ingredients just in case." "She's actually here now." "Oh." Mom's voice brightened considerably. "Wonderful. I'll be home soon. Make sure she's comfortable, and don't you dare start helping in the kitchen when I get back. This is your night off." "But Dash." "No buts. You two relax. I've been looking forward to this." She hung up before I could protest further. I turned to find Cammy examining our family photos with intense concentration. "You were an adorable kid," she said without looking up. "These All Might onesies are killing me. Mom's on her way." "Perfect." She pointed to a particularly mortifying shot of 3-year-old me covered in mud. "Story. Now." "I was trying to rescue a frog." "Of course you were." She moved to the next photo. "Your mom takes really good pictures. She says memories are important." Cammy nodded, trailing her fingers across a frame holding my elementary school graduation photo. Her expression shifted, something soft and sad crossing her features. "Hey." I stepped closer. "What's wrong?" "Nothing." She shook her head. "Just, this is what a home should feel like, you know? Full of memories. Loved." The weight behind those words hung in the air. I reached for her hand again, and she threaded our fingers together immediately. "Mom's going to fill at least 3 albums with UA photos." "Yeah. Probably more. She's already planning coordinated holiday cards." That startled a laugh out of her. "Seriously?" "She has a Pinterest board." "That's adorable." Cammy squeezed my hand. "Think she'll let me help?" "Pretty sure you're already factored into the plans." She turned to face me fully, eyes bright in the dim room. "Aizu." Keys rattled in the door. We jumped apart like guilty teenagers, which was ridiculous considering we'd done nothing wrong. Mom bustled in, arms full of grocery bags. "I'm home." "Cammy-chan, welcome." "Thank you for having me, Midoriya-san." Cammy bowed perfectly. "Your home is lovely. None of that formal nonsense. Call me Inko." Mom set down her bags and pulled Cammy into a warm hug. "I'm so happy to finally meet you in person." Cammy stiffened for a fraction of a second before melting into the embrace. Something complicated passed across her face. Longing, maybe, or recognition of what she'd been missing. "Now then." Mom released her, but kept one hand on her shoulder. "You must be hungry after your trip. Izuku, be a dear and put these away while I chat with Kami? You said dash. Putting away groceries isn't cooking. She shooed me toward the kitchen. Kami-chan, make yourself comfortable. Would you like some tea? Yes, please. I sorted vegetables into their proper places, listening to Mom and Kami chat easily in the living room. Their laughter mingled together, punctuated by the soft clink of teacups. Oh, do you have any baby photos of Aizu in his hero costume? He mentioned making them. Of course. Let me find that album. Note to self, hide those albums before next time. Izuku. Mom called. Come look at this one. I braced myself for maximum embarrassment and went to join them. 24 comment. Chapter 18. 17 can't stop the feeling or the furniture moving. I entered the living room to find Mom and Kami huddled over a thick green photo album. Mom's eyes sparkled with the particular joy she reserved for sharing embarrassing childhood stories. Oh, this one's perfect. Mom tapped a photo that made Kami's face light up. He was so serious about being a hero, even at 3. There I stood in a handmade All Might costume, complete with pipe cleaner hair spikes and a cape made from Mom's old yellow curtains. My tiny fists rested on my hips in what was probably meant to be a heroic pose. Look at those little muscle pads. Kami traced the obviously stuffed fabric arms. Did you make this, Inko? Every bit. Mom smoothed the plastic covering the photo. He refused to take it off for 2 weeks straight. I had to wash it while he was sleeping. Mom. He kept coming up with different hero names too. She turned the page, revealing more photos of tiny me practicing poses in the living room. What was it? Mighty All Man? No way. Kami leaned closer. Please tell me there are more. Oh, there were plenty. All Might Jr., Captain All Might. Mom paused for dramatic effect. But my personal favorite was Super All Might. That's mad cute. Kami glanced up at me. Super All Might, huh? I dropped onto the couch beside them, accepting my fate. I was 3. The cutest 3-year-old hero ever. Mom flipped another page. Look, here he is saving Mr. Whiskers from a tree. The cat in question, our elderly neighbor's Persian, looked supremely unimpressed as Tiny Me attempted to rescue him from his favorite napping spot. Did you at least get him down safely, Super All Might? He scratched me and jumped down himself. His first villain defeat, Mom said solemnly, then broke into giggles. Kami joined in, shoulders shaking. The origin story we didn't know we needed. I have videos too, Mom offered. Want to see his debut speech? Absolutely not. I reached for the album, but Mom deftly moved it out of range. Too late. She was already pulling up her phone's video gallery. It's traditional to show the embarrassing childhood footage. Isn't that supposed to wait until you've been dating someone for dash? The words died in my throat as I realized what I'd said. Mom's hands stilled on her phone. Kami's laughter faded into something softer, more contemplative. Well, Mom said finally, her voice gentle, good memories shouldn't wait for arbitrary timelines. She pressed play. 3-year-old me appeared on screen, cape slightly crooked, attempting to deepen my voice to match All Might's. Fear not, citizens. Super All Might is here to save the day with his super special move. Past me struck a pose that sent one of my pipe cleaner hair spikes drooping sadly over my eye. Mega Mighty Super Smash. The smash mostly involved spinning in a circle until I got dizzy and fell over. Past Mom's laughter rang from behind the camera as she rushed to check if I was okay. I'm fine. Past me declared from the floor. Heroes always get back up. Present Mom paused the video, eyes suspiciously bright. He really hasn't changed, has he? Even I could see that. Kami bumped her shoulder against mine. The warmth in her voice made my chest tight. Mom looked between us, something knowing in her expression. I should start dinner, she announced, standing smoothly. Kami-chan, would you like to help? I could use another set of hands, and Izuku's banned from the kitchen tonight. For real? Kami bounced to her feet. I'd love to. But you're a guest dash. Guests can help if they want to. Mom shepherded Kami toward the kitchen. Besides, I have so many more stories to share. Mom. Only the good ones, dear. She winked. Mostly. I slumped back into the couch, listening to them chat as they gathered ingredients. Mom's patient explanations mixed with Cammie's eager questions about techniques and seasonings. The secret is in how you cut the pork, Mom said. Here like this. That's so smart. My knife skills are pretty basic. Practice makes perfect. Though sometimes I think Izuku took that too literally. He used to practice his hero poses while helping me cook. Please tell me there are pictures of that too. An entire album. Their laughter rang out again, perfectly in sync. The sounds of cooking filled the apartment, the rhythmic chopping of vegetables, oil heating in a pan, rice being measured into the cooker. Familiar scents began wafting from the kitchen, along with more snippets of conversation. He really made his own moves? Oh yes. The super mighty double chop was a favorite. Nearly knocked over my spice rack once. I should have been mortified. Instead, something warm settled in my chest. Izuku. Mom called. Set the table, please. I gathered plates and chopsticks, arranging them carefully on the dining table. More laughter spilled from the kitchen, punctuated by the sizzle of katsudon hitting hot oil. No peeking, Cammie warned as I passed the kitchen doorway. We're creating art here. Is art supposed to smell like burning? That's just the garlic. Mom shooed me away. Go relax. We've got this handled. I retreated to the living room, where the photo album still lay open. Tiny me beamed up from the pages, dreams too big for his small body but determined to grow into them anyway. Dinner's ready. Mom emerged carrying a steaming pot, Cammie right behind her with a bowl of perfectly fried katsu. Cammie-chan's quite the natural in the kitchen. Just following your expert guidance. Cammie set down her burden, cheeks flushed from the heat and praise. This looks amazing. We settled around the table, steam rising from golden brown cutlets nestled in eggs and onions. Mom served generous portions, beaming as Cammie's eyes widened at the first bite. This is incredible, she breathed. Like actually life-changing. Mom's katsudon has that effect. The secret ingredient is love, Mom said, then laughed at our matching groans. Well, that and proper temperature control. Speaking of which, Cammie-chan, you picked up the technique very quickly. I had a good teacher. Cammie took another bite. The meal continued, conversation flowing easily between bites. Mom drew out stories about Cammie's hometown, her hopes for UA, her thoughts on hero work. Each answer revealed new layers, the careful consideration behind her casual demeanor, the sharp intelligence often hidden by her playful speech. Actually, Cammie said, setting down her chopsticks, I was hoping to ask your opinion about something, Inko. Of course, dear. That apartment you mentioned, for B? Would it be weird if I lived in the same building as you guys? Mom's eyes lit up. Weird? It would be wonderful. The unit's lovely, great natural light, new appliances, and the security system was just upgraded last month. Plus, I added, the neighborhood's safe and it's an easy commute to UA. Sold. Cammie grinned. When can I see it? I'll call the landlord first thing tomorrow. Mom reached across the table to squeeze Cammie's hand. You'll love it here. And it'll be so nice having you close by. Yeah. Cammie glanced between us, something vulnerable beneath her smile. You're sure it won't be too much? Never. Mom's voice held absolute certainty. You're always welcome here, Cammie-chan. Always. The moment hung there, heavy with meaning. Cammie blinked rapidly, her free hand fidgeting with her napkin. Thank you, she said softly. For everything. The food, the stories, just everything. Thank you for being such wonderful company. Mom stood, gathering empty plates. Now, who's ready for dessert? March 29th, 2226. Hell no. I stared at the heavy oak dresser that had already crossed Cammie's bedroom 5 times. It's staying right here. But Izu. Cammie tugged at the oversized black t-shirt she'd stolen from my closet, the hem hitting mid-thigh above her shorts. The feng shui is all wrong. The feng shui was wrong by the window. And the door. And the closet. I crossed my arms, tank top damp with sweat from hours of furniture assembly. Pick a wall and commit. Justin Timberlake's Can't Stop the Feeling pumped from her JBL speakers, the bass vibrating through the half-assembled bedroom. I got that sunshine in my pocket, got that good soul in my feet. Just one more time? She clasped her hands together, giving me doe eyes. Please? I promise I'll do anything to make it up to you. You said that 3 dressers ago. But I really mean it this time. She swayed to the music, bare feet sliding across hardwood. Come on, shake off that pout. Dance with me. I'm not Dash. Her fingers wrapped around my wrist, tugging me into an impromptu spin. Cammy. Nothing cures furniture fatigue like dancing. She twirled under my arm, t-shirt swishing. Show me those moves you've been hiding. I can't stop the feeling. Fine. I caught her hand, leading her into a proper dance hold. One song. Her eyes widened as I guided her through a quick step sequence, our feet finding the rhythm. You've been holding out on me. Mom insisted on lessons. Another turn, smoother this time. Said it would help with coordination. Remind me to thank her. Cammy matched my steps, picking up the pattern quickly. Speaking of Inko. Don't remind me. The memory of Mom's cryptic smile surfaced. She bought a book on grandparenting yesterday. No way. Said this would be good practice for us. I dipped her on the chorus, drawing a delighted laugh. She's getting ideas. Can't imagine why. Cammy straightened, fingers trailing along my shoulder. We're just 2 friends, moving furniture, dancing in an empty apartment. While you wear my clothes. They're comfy. She spun out, then back in. Besides, all my stuff's still in boxes. Speaking of which, we're not moving the dresser again. Party pooper. She stuck out her tongue. UA starts in 3 days. Let me have my feng shui. Let me have my sanity. The song faded into something slower, an old Ed Sheeran track. 5 days of closing paperwork, 3 days of shopping, and now this? But look how nice everything is. She gestured around the room. Worth every minute. I had to admit, the space had transformed. Modern furniture mixed with vintage finds, potted plants dotting windowsills, fairy lights strung across exposed beams. It felt lived in already, despite the boxes. It's perfect. I caught her mid-spin. Which is why the dresser stays put. Fine. She melted into a proper slow dance hold. But only because you're such a good dance partner. You're not so bad yourself. Natural talent. She rested her head against my shoulder, humming along to the music. Thanks for helping. I know it's been a lot. What are friends for? Her fingers tightened slightly on my shoulder. Yeah. Friends. Outside, the sun had begun to set, painting the room in soft orange light. The music shifted again, Taylor Swift this time, something about paper rings and picture frames. 3 more days, Cammy murmured. Everything changes. Not everything. I guided us in a slow circle, avoiding a stack of unpacked boxes. Some things stay exactly where they belong. She lifted her head, meeting my eyes. Like dressers? Like dressers. Her laugh vibrated against my chest. Okay. Message received. She pulled back slightly, though her hand stayed in place. But the bookshelf. Cammy. Just kidding. She grinned. Mostly. We swayed through another song, then another. Through the wall, I heard Mom humming in her kitchen, pots clanking as she prepared dinner. This is nice, Cammy said softly. Having a real home. The vulnerability in her voice made my chest tight. You deserve it. Yeah. She glanced up through her lashes. Even with all my feng shui demands? Even then. I spun her one last time as the song ended. Though maybe limit furniture rearrangement to once per semester. Twice. Once. 1.5? That's not even possible. Sure it is. She bounced on her toes. Move half the furniture once, then the other half later. You're impossible. She skipped toward the door. Come on, I smell curry. Your mom's probably wondering if we've killed each other over furniture placement. Bold of you to assume she hasn't been watching through the security cameras. Nah, she trusts us. Cammy paused in the doorway. Mostly, says the girl who stole my shirt. Borrowed. She tugged at the hem, with every intention of returning it. Eventually. Aha. Race you to dinner? She was already moving, bare feet silent on hardwood. Cheater. I chased after her, both of us laughing as we thundered down the stairs. Mom stood in her doorway, wooden spoon in hand. No running in the halls. Sorry, Inko. Cammy skidded to a stop. Something smelled amazing. Curry. Mom's eyes sparkled. And I see you too worked up an appetite. Dancing burns quite a few calories. I froze. You were watching. The walls are thin, dear. She stepped back, gesturing us inside. Mom. Just kidding. Although, a mother has to keep an eye on her investments. She ladled curry over rice, steam rising. Both financial and emotional. Cammy accepted her bowl with a grin. The apartment's definitely worth investing in. Oh, I wasn't talking about the apartment. Mom handed me my portion, eyes twinkling. Now eat up. You'll need energy for tomorrow. Tomorrow? What's tomorrow? Living room furniture arrives at 9. Cammy blew on a spoonful of curry. Hope you're ready for round 2. I hate you both. No, you don't. They spoke in perfect unison, then dissolved into giggles. I dropped into my chair, watching them share knowing looks over their curry. 3 days until UA. 3 days until everything changed. But some things I realized as Cammy stole a piece of chicken from my bowl would stay exactly where they belonged. Comment 29 comment. Chapter 19, 18 First Steps, Second Chances. April 1st, 2226, first day at UA. Aizu, we're gonna be late. Cammy's voice carried up the stairs. Your mom's already got breakfast ready. I scowled at my reflection, fingers tangled in silk. The tie refused to cooperate, twisting into shapes that definitely weren't regulation knots. 1 minute. That's what you said 10 minutes ago. Her footsteps approached, accompanied by the soft swish of her skirt. For someone who can throw people through walls, you're surprisingly bad at dash. She paused in the doorway. Oh, honey. The tie dangled in defeated loops. I hate these things. Come here. She crossed the room, batting my hands away. Let me fix it before you strangle yourself. Her fingers worked quickly, smoothing wrinkles and adjusting folds. Cherry blossom perfume lingered in the air between us. Up close, I noticed she'd done something different with her makeup, subtle gold shimmer at the corners of her eyes. There. She tugged the knot into place, hands lingering on my collar. Perfect. The camera click was almost inaudible. Almost. Mom. Pretend I'm not here. Mom lowered her phone, grinning. Though while you are posed so nicely. Instagram-worthy moment. Cammy's fingers traced down my lapels. The young MSTR look makes your followers weak. You've been reading my comments again. Someone has to manage your brand. She adjusted my collar one last time. Now give me that smolder thing you do. I don't smolder. Sure you do. That whole intense brooding hero vibe. She demonstrated, lowering her chin and gazing up through her lashes. Like that but more murder. Why? Mom's camera clicked rapidly. Oh, that's good. Cammichan, lean in a bit more. Perfect. We're going to be late. Fashion waits for no one. Cammy pulled me toward the window, where morning light streamed through cherry blossoms. Besides, your mom's right. These are going to look amazing. More clicks. Now one with just Cammy-chan. Inko, you're too sweet. Cammy struck a pose, peace sign and wink perfectly practiced. Though we should probably get some of Aizu too. For posterity. And his fan club. Mom. What? A mother should support her son's admirers. She gestured to the window. Now stand there and look heroic. 20 minutes and several hundred photos later, we finally escaped down the stairs. Mom followed, still snapping pictures. Don't forget your lunches. And text me when you get there. And dash. We will. Cammy caught my hand, tugging me toward the door. See you, Inko. Make good choices. The door closed behind us, cherry blossoms dancing in the morning breeze. Cammie's hand stayed in mine as we walked, our joined fingers swinging gently between us. "You're doing the thing again." She bumped my shoulder. "What thing?" "The hand-swinging thing. Maybe I like swinging hands." Her grip tightened slightly. "Dad used to do this on our walks back when." She shrugged. "You know. Before he got busy." "Yeah." She watched our shadows stretch ahead of us. "Funny how some habits stick." I squeezed her fingers. "Good habits." The train station hummed with morning commuters, most giving our UA uniforms respectful space. A few whispered behind their hands, phones discreetly aimed our way. "Hero course students," someone murmured. "Must be headed to UA." "Both of them? In the same year? Talk about power couple goals." Cammie preened slightly at the attention, while I focused on not tripping over my own feet. The platform was crowded with other students, some in UA uniforms, others bound for different schools. 25 minutes. Cammie checked her phone as we boarded. "Think that's enough time to scope out our competition?" "They're classmates, not competition." "Same thing." She claimed 2 seats by the window, pulling me down beside her. "Besides, aren't you curious? We're about to spend 3 years with these people." I studied the other UA uniforms scattered throughout the car. Most looked as nervous as I felt, fidgeting with bags and phones. Wonder if any of them are in our class. Probably. Cammie leaned against my shoulder, still holding my hand. "Think there'll be any cute guys?" "Maybe." "Should I be worried?" I should be." She traced patterns on my palm. "You've got that whole tall, dark and dangerous thing going on. Very secretary, very marketable." I thought it was brooding hero vibe. "That too." Her head settled more comfortably against me. "Though right now you're more like a really intense teddy bear." I take offense to that. "You really don't." She yawned, morning caffeine apparently wearing off. "Wake me when we get there?" "Of course." The train rocked gently as we crossed the city. Through the window, I watched Tokyo pass in a blur of steel and glass. Cherry blossoms dotted the scenery, pink confetti in the morning light. Cammie's breathing evened out, her hands still tangled with mine. In sleep, her carefully maintained image softened, just a girl in a school uniform, dreaming of heroes. "My girl," some possessive part of me whispered. I pushed the thought away. The train announcement chimed, 3 stops to UA. Around us, students began gathering their things, excitement building in whispered conversations. "Cammie." I squeezed her hand. "Time to wake up." She stirred, nuzzling closer. 5 more minutes. UA's waiting. Her eyes fluttered open. "Promise." "Cross my heart." She sat up slowly, stretching like a cat. "How's my makeup?" "Perfect." I stood, offering my hand. "Ready to be a hero?" Her fingers slid into mine, warm and familiar. "Born ready." I raced down UA's polished halls, Cammie's hand still in mine. Our footsteps echoed off marble floors as we navigated the maze-like corridors. 3 minutes until homeroom. 1A, 1A. Cammie scanned the signs. There. The massive door loomed before us, easily 15 feet tall. A bold 1A marked our destination. "Ready?" I asked. Cammie took a deep breath, though neither of us showed any strain from our sprint. "Born ready." I slid the door open. 2 students stood near the front, one with glasses gesturing emphatically at a spiky-haired blonde who had his feet propped on a desk. It's disrespectful to our upperclassmen who used these desks before us. Glasses chopped his arms robotically. Like I give a sheet about some extras who dash. The blonde's eyes locked onto me. His scowl deepened. "Deku." Glasses spun toward us, engine-like calves visible beneath his uniform breathes. "You're nearly late." "I'm Tenya Ida from Semi-Private Academy." "Izuku Midoriya." I clasped his offered hand, noting the slight widening of his eyes at my grip's strength. "No hard feelings about the entrance exam, man." Yes, well. His gaze caught on my emerald earrings. "Those aren't regulation dash." I released his hand and moved past him. Behind me, Cammy had already drifted toward a group of girls, her voice carrying across the room. Your hair is literally goals. Like the volume? Mad cute. Near the back I spotted a familiar face, the guy who'd sat next to me during the written exam. Manga Fukudashi's speech bubble head displayed. As he chatted with 3 other students, a blonde with a black lightning streak, a redhead with sharp teeth, and a tall guy with weird tape dispensers for elbows. Yo, Midoriya. Manga waved me over. Come meet the squad. I crossed the room, exchanging fist bumps with each of them. The lightning streak guy, Kaminari, launched into a story about nearly frying himself during the entrance exam. The redhead, Kirishima, kept interjecting with comments about how manly everything was. And then I was like, fully discharged. Kaminari demonstrated his face, drawing laughs. But I passed, so worth it, right? Oh, it's you. I turned at the familiar voice. Uraraka stood there, brown hair framing her excited face. I never got to properly thank you after the exam. She bounced on her toes. That throw was amazing. How did you calculate the trajectory so perfectly? And carrying me while running, I must have been heavy, but you made it look so easy. Throw. Kirishima leaned forward. What throw? He took down the 0-pointer. Uraraka's hands moved animatedly. Used my quirk to make this huge piece of concrete weightless, then just. She mimed my discus throw. Boom. Right in the robot's face. Wait, that was you? Kaminari's jaw dropped. Dude, everyone on the ride home was talking about that. They said someone went full David versus Goliath on that thing. It wasn't that impressive. I rubbed the back of my neck. Just good timing in physics. Not impressive? Manga's speech bubble displayed? You yeeted a building at a giant robot. While carrying an injured person to safety, Uraraka added. Don't forget that part. More students drifted over, drawn by the conversation. Questions flew from all directions about my training, my quirk, the exam. I answered carefully, watching Bakugo from the corner of my eye. His knuckles whitened against his desk. All right, settle down. A bored voice cut through the chatter. A man in a sleeping bag stood in the doorway, dark hair falling across his face. If you're here to socialize, you can leave. This is the hero course. The temperature in the room dropped several degrees. Here we go. The sleeping bag crumpled to the floor as our new teacher emerged like a butterfly from the world's most depressing cocoon. His movements were languid but precise, each step purposeful as he made his way to the podium. I claimed an empty desk, noting the short kid with purple ball for hair in front of me and a tall girl with a sharp black ponytail behind. Cammy slid into a seat next to me, already chatting with the girl next to her. 8 seconds to quiet down. He surveyed the room with bloodshot eyes. That's 8 seconds too many. The silence deepened. Even Bakugo's perpetual scowl softened slightly. I'm Shota Aizawa, your homeroom teacher. He reached into his sleeping bag, pulling out a bundle of blue and white fabric. Everyone change into these and head to the PE grounds. His gaze fixed on me. Except you, Midoriya. A word. Did I do? Cammy's eyebrows rose in question. I shrugged, keeping my expression neutral as our classmates filed out. Her fingers brushed my shoulder as she passed, a silent gesture of support. The door slid shut, leaving me alone with Aizawa. He didn't speak immediately, studying me with the kind of focused attention that suggested he'd already compiled a detailed file on my capabilities. The faculty had an interesting discussion about you. He leaned against the podium. All Might was particularly vocal. I kept my face carefully blank. Sir? Drop the act kit. I've read your file. A ghost of a smile touched his lips. Quirkless. Top scores in both written and practical exams. Multiple recommendations from pros who witnessed your beach cleanup project. And that thing with the 0-pointer. He shook his head. Impressive doesn't begin to cover it. Thank you, sir. That wasn't a compliment. His eyes narrowed. It was an observation. I met his gaze steadily. So, what you want? He straightened, something shifting in his posture. I'm planning to use today's exercise to assess everyone's potential. Show them exactly where they stand and what they need to improve. And you want to use me as an example. Sharp kid. He pulled out a juice pouch, stabbing the straw with more force than necessary. Nothing motivates quite like watching someone with no quirk outperform those born with advantages. Question is, are you comfortable with your classmates knowing? The question hung in the air between us. I thought of Bakugo's face when I'd walked in, of the whispers that would follow once people knew. They'll find out eventually. Not necessarily. He sipped his juice thoughtfully. Your file is classified. Only faculty have access. As far as anyone knows, you could have some subtle enhancement quirk. That feels like lying. It's called privacy. Another sip. Though I notice you didn't actually answer my question. I smiled slightly. You're right. I didn't. His eyes crinkled at the corners, not quite a smile, but close. Let me be more direct then. Will you help me light a fire under your classmates' buttes? By showing them what's possible without a quirk? By showing them that power isn't everything. He crushed the empty juice pouch. That skill, strategy, and pure determination can overcome natural advantages. Like you've been proving your whole life, a voice whispered. Like you proved at the beach. I'm in. I stood straighter. Though you should know, I don't plan on holding back. Good. Now he did smile, sharp and predatory. Neither do I. Comment. 50 comment. Chapter 20, 19 Leveling the Playing Field. You appealing monsters. 1,600 power stones. I slammed my head against my desk, causing several pens to roll off. I thought I was being clever with that 400 power stone challenge. I really did. But you just had to prove me wrong, didn't you? Sits up, rubbing forehead while grinning. First off, thank you. Seriously, thank you. This is absolutely incredible, and I promise next week I won't underestimate your power. Though watch you hit 2,000 just to spite me. I pulled my stitch hood up, chewing on the sleeve thoughtfully. Now, about the discourse I've been seeing in the comments. The great shipping debate of 2025, as I'm calling it. The battle between Team Cami Solo, Team Dynamic Duo, Team Power Trio, and Team Weekly Rotation has been fascinating to watch. Pulls out notebook. As your humble narrator, I can see Mount Tai quite clearly. But this decision needs careful consideration. Not just for the current story flow, but because any changes would require some serious editing of future chapters to close/open up those romance options properly. I refuse to write half-baked relationships. If characters don't click naturally, I won't force it. I grab my tablet, pulling up a fresh document. So let's make this fun. I'm creating an official poll right now. For options, Cami Solo route, the current path. Dynamic Duo route, Cami +1. Power Trio route, Cami +2. Weekly Rotation route, different girl each day. The poll will be open for feedback, but remember, the final decision rests with me as the author. Whatever serves the story best will be the path we take. And I promise, no matter which route we go, the relationship writing quality won't drop. Every interaction will be earned, every emotional beat genuine. Yawns and stretches. I'll sleep on it, read your responses, and make sure whatever choice we make enhances rather than detracts from the story we're telling. In the meantime, seriously, 1,600 power stones? I'm still processing that. You appealing readers. You've made this sleep-deprived author very happy. I glanced at my empty coffee mug. Speaking of sleep-deprived, I should probably fix that. But first, thank you again. For the power stones, for the engagement, for the passionate shipping debates. You make writing this story an absolute joy. Pulls stitch hood down over eyes. Now if you'll excuse me, I need to go scream into my pillow about those power stone numbers again. Keep being awesome, readers. The walk to the P grounds felt longer than usual, each step carrying the weight of the decision I'd just made. Aizawa's words echoed in my mind, power isn't everything. We emerged into bright sunlight. My classmates had already changed, their gym uniforms a sea of blue and white against the track field. Cami spotted me first, breaking away from her group. Everything okay? Her eyes searched my face. Yeah. I squeezed her hand briefly. Just teacher stuff. I'll explain later. She studied me for a moment longer before nodding. Promise. Promise. If you're done with the teenage drama. Aizawa's dry voice cut through the morning air. Midoriya, go change. Everyone else, gather round. I jogged to the locker room, mind already racing through possible scenarios. What test would he use? How would he structure the reveal? When I returned, Aizawa stood before the class holding a softball. We will be conducting a quirk assessment test. What about the entrance ceremony? Uraraka raised her hand. And guidance sessions? No time to waste on that stuff if you want to become heroes. He tossed the ball between his hands. UA's selling point is how unrestricted its school traditions are. That includes how teachers run their classes. Murmurs rippled through the group. I caught fragments of excitement, nervousness, confusion. Softball throw. Standing long jump. 50-meter dash. Endurance running. Grip strength. Sustained side jumps. Upper body exercises. Seated toe touch. He listed them off with the enthusiasm of someone reading a grocery list. You did these in middle school, right? Your standard no quirks allowed gym tests. More murmurs. Bakugo's grin turned feral. This time, you'll be using your quirks. Aizawa's eyes swept the crowd, lingering on me. I want to know your maximum capability. Your true potential. He tossed the ball to Bakugo, who caught it with practiced ease. You scored highest villain score in the practical exam. How far could you throw in middle school? 67 meters. Great. Now try it with your quirk. Do whatever you need to, just stay in the circle. Bakugo's grin widened as he stepped into the chalk ring. His shoulders rolled, muscles coiling like a spring about to release. Die! The explosion rocked the field, sending the ball screaming into the distance. Smoke curled from Bakugo's palm as he lowered his arm. Aizawa held up a device. 705.2 meters. Holy sheet! That's insane. We can really use our quirks? The excitement was palpable now, students bouncing on their toes like racehorses at the starting gate. Looks fun, right? Aizawa's voice carried an edge that made my spine tingle. You have 3 years to become heroes. You think it's all going to be games and parties? The temperature seemed to drop again. His hair rose slightly, eyes glowing red. New rule. The person who scores lowest across all 8 events will be judged hopeless. And expelled. Shock rippled through the crowd. Someone, probably Ida, started protesting about fairness and entrance ceremonies. Natural disasters. Highway pileups. Rampaging villains. Aizawa's voice cut through the protests. Calamity is everywhere. And it's our job as heroes to reverse it all and restore reason. His grin matched Bakugo's now. If you wanted fair, you should have signed up for the management course. I felt Cammy's eyes on me, saw the moment she connected the dots about my earlier conversation. Her face paled slightly. Show us what you're made of. Aizawa gestured to the field. Consider this your first test as heroes. The protests died away, replaced by determined silence. Even the grape-headed kid had stopped whining. Midoriya. Aizawa's voice carried across the field. You're up next. I stepped forward, ignoring the whispers that followed. Bakugo's eyes burned into my back as I entered the circle. Remember middle school? Aizawa asked just loud enough for the class to hear. What was your score then? 76 meters. Do whatever you need to, just stay in the circle. Aizawa's voice carried the same bored tone, but his eyes held a predatory gleam. To clarify, I rolled the ball in my palm. I can use anything as long as I stay in the circle? Don't get cute, Midoriya. His lips twitched. But yes. I nodded, tossing the ball lightly in the air. The weight felt familiar, similar to the chunks of concrete I'd practiced with at the beach. My eyes scanned the crowd until I found who I was looking for. Uraraka? She blinked, pointing to herself in confusion. At my nod, she stepped forward from the group. Aizawa's eyebrows rose slightly, a ghost of understanding crossing his features. I smiled, gesturing her closer. She approached cautiously, like a sparrow unsure of a offered seed. When she was near enough, I leaned down to whisper in her ear. Her slight shiver didn't escape my notice. Could you use your quirk on the ball? Why yes. A blush dusted her cheeks at our proximity. Perfect. I straightened, keeping my voice low. Just like the entrance exam, yeah? Understanding bloomed in her eyes. Oh, you're going to dash. Let's give them a show. Uraraka's fingers brushed the ball, pink pads lighting up with her quirk's activation. The weight vanished instantly, leaving it floating in my palm. Thanks. I stepped back into the circle, aware of the multiple pairs of confused eyes watching. Ready when you are, Sensei. Proceed. His expression gave nothing away, but something like anticipation lurked in his stance. I took a deep breath, settling into the stance Bang had drilled into me countless times. Water flows, seeking the path of least resistance. But when focused, the movements came naturally now, a blend of martial arts and track and field techniques refined through thousands of repetitions. My body coiled like a spring, muscles tensing in perfect sequence. Power builds from the ground up. Through the legs, the core, the shoulders. The weightless ball sat ready in my palm. Behind me, I heard Bakugo's sharp intake of breath. He'd seen this stance before, back when we were kids throwing rocks at the river. Back before everything changed. My body uncoiled in one explosive motion. The throw combined discus techniques with Bang's water stream style, creating a spiral of force that would have made any Olympic athlete weep. The weightless ball rocketed upward, cutting through the air like a bullet. Release. I called. Uraraka's fingers pressed together. Release. The ball, now subject to both gravity and the momentum I'd given it, became a comet SNG across the sky. Students craned their necks trying to follow its trajectory. Silence fell over the field. Even the birds seemed to hold their breath. Aizawa studied his device, expression unreadable. Finally, he turned it toward the class. 2,347.8 meters. The explosion of noise was immediate. Holy shit! Did you see that spin? But what's his quirk? Who cares? That was awesome. I caught Cammy's eye across the field. She wore that particular smile, the one that said she was already planning how to market this moment. Behind her, Bakugo's face had gone eerily blank. Interesting approach. Aizawa's voice cut through the chatter. Using another student's quirk while applying your own physical abilities. Creative. Efficient. His eyes narrowed. Almost like you've done it before. I shrugged, letting a hint of challenge enter my smile. The entrance exam taught me a lot about teamwork. Indeed. He pocketed the device. Back to the group, both of you. We're burning daylight. As I passed Uraraka, she grabbed my sleeve. That was amazing. Just like with the robot, but even better. How did you calculate dash? Later. I tapped her hand. We've got 7 more events to get through. The rest of the morning passed in a blur of activity. Each event brought new opportunities to showcase what 10 months of hellish training had produced. The 50-meter dash paired me against Ida, whose engine quirk should have guaranteed victory. Instead, he found himself racing someone who'd spent months practicing explosive starts while wearing weights. His shocked expression when I crossed the line right after was worth every brutal morning at the beach. 4.13 seconds, the robot announced. 4.44 seconds. Grip strength was easy after that beach cleaning. Bang's lessons on precise muscle control let me register a score that had Kirishima whistling in appreciation. Dude, what kind of training do you do? The standing long jump proved particularly entertaining. Aizawa's eyebrows nearly disappeared into his hairline when I cleared the sandbox entirely, landing with grace on the grass beyond. Showing off won't earn you extra points, he drawled. Not showing off. I brushed sand from my uniform. Just doing what comes naturally. Each event revealed more of what I could do, drawing increasingly speculative looks from my classmates. The whispers grew, theories flying about what my quirk must be. Some kind of enhancement type? Maybe multiple quirks? Could be a mutation that's not visible. Through it all, Aizawa watched with calculating eyes. He'd positioned these tests perfectly, using them not just to assess our abilities, but to see how we'd handle pressure and scrutiny. The sustained side jumps had me paired with the grape-headed kid, Mineta, according to the whispers. His technique of bouncing off his own sticky ball was clever, but years of footwork drills let me match him step for step. "This is impossible," he wailed. "No one should be able to move like that without a mobility quirk." The seated toe touch became almost comedic. Apparently, no one expected the tall, muscular guy to be able to fold himself in half. Mina's jaw actually dropped when I pressed my chest flat against my legs. But you shouldn't be that flexible. Proper stretching is important. Helps prevent injuries. Finally, we reached the endurance running. Aizawa gathered us at the track, his expression suggesting he was saving something special for last. Simple rules. He sipped from another juice pouch. Run until you can't anymore. Last person standing wins. Yaoyorozu raised her hand. Is there a time limit? Whenever I say so. Aizawa's voice carried across the track. Begin. The class spread out as we started running. Most kept a measured pace, clearly thinking long-term. A few, like Bakugo, shot forward immediately, ego driving their legs faster than strategy would suggest. Cammy fell into step beside me, her ponytail swaying with each stride. So this is what you meant by teacher stuff. Part of it. I adjusted my stride to match hers. Though I don't think he planned the endurance run specifically. Please. He's totally setting you up to show off. She gestured at our classmates spread around the track. Not that I'm complaining. Movement caught my eye, Mineta, running a few paces behind us. His gaze fixed firmly on Cammy's assets as they jiggled with each step. A familiar heat built in my chest. I dropped back slightly, matching pace with the shorter student. Move around. He startled, nearly tripping. I wasn't Dash. You were. I kept my voice low, meant for his ears only. And you're going to stop. Or what? His attempt at bravado withered under my stare. I continued to stare at him. The message clear. To round and find out. He paled, suddenly finding the track fascinating. Good talk. I accelerated back to Cammy's side, leaving him to contemplate his life choices. The laps continued. Students began dropping out, first the ones who'd started. Too fast, then those who simply couldn't maintain the pace. Kaminari collapsed dramatically around lap 30, declaring his legs officially deceased. Yaoyorozu surprised everyone by creating what appeared to be an electric bicycle. That's cheating. Kaminari called from his spot on the grass. Actually, she pedaled serenely past. The rules only specified going until we couldn't anymore. They never said we couldn't use support items. Aizawa's juice pouch paused halfway to his mouth. Technically correct. By lap 50, only 5 of us remained. Bakugo ran with gritted teeth, every step radiating stubborn defiance. Yaoyorozu continued her leisurely cycling. Todoroki glided along, a thin sheet of ice forming beneath each step. Cammy had dropped out around lap 45, but not before ensuring she had enough footage for several social media posts. She now sat with the others, alternating between checking her phone and watching me run. Time. Aizawa's announcement cut through the afternoon air. Bakugo immediately collapsed, chest heaving. I helped him up, earning a snarled F off for my trouble. Results are in. Aizawa tapped his tablet. First place, Izuku Midoriya. The class stirred. No surprise there, I hadn't even broken a sweat. Second, Momo Yaoyorozu. Third, Hitomi Todoroki. Fourth, Katsuki Bakugo. Fifth, Kami Atsushimi. He continued down the list. Each name carried weight, establishing our first real rankings as heroes in training. When he reached the bottom, his voice softened slightly. 18th, Yui Kodai. 19th, Toru Hagakure. 20th, Minoru Mineta. Mineta's face crumpled. Before he could speak, Bakugo exploded forward. This is bullshit. Sparks popped in his palms as he charged toward me. There's no way dash. Capture tape whipped through the air, wrapping around him mid-stride. Aizawa stood with glowing red eyes, his hair floating ominously. That's enough. The words carried steel. Anyone recognize me? Yaoyorozu raised her hand. The erasure hero, eraser head. You can nullify quirks by looking at people. Correct. The tape retracted, leaving Bakugo fuming but restrained. Which brings me to two announcements. The class gathered closer, tension thick in the air. First, the expulsion threat was a logical ruse. What? A logical ruse to bring out your best performances. His grin held no warmth. Though I have expelled an entire class before. Don't test me. Relief rippled through the group. Several students sagged visibly. Second announcement. His eyes found me. Midoriya, step forward. I moved to stand beside him, already guessing where this was going. Everyone except Bakugo and Utsushimi can answer this question. He paused, building tension. Midoriya placed first today. Why? Hands rose hesitantly. Some kind of enhancement quirk? Kaminari suggested. Aizawa shook his head. Next. Multiple quirks? Kirishima scratched his head. Like strength and speed separate? Wrong again. Yaoyorozu's hand rose slowly. His technique. Elaborate. In every test, his form was perfect. She gestured as she spoke. The throw used rotational physics. His running stance minimized wind resistance. Even the side jumps showed practiced footwork. Getting warmer. Aizawa surveyed the class. Anyone else? Training. Todoroki's quiet voice carried across the field. Everything he did showed extensive preparation. Now we're getting somewhere. Aizawa's eyes locked onto me. Care to explain? I met his gaze steadily. I had to work twice as hard to be half as good. So I went beyond. Beyond what? Beyond what people thought possible. My voice remained calm, but conviction rang in every word. Beyond their expectations. Beyond my own limits. And why did you have to work so hard? The question hung in the air. I could feel Bakugo's eyes burning into me, could sense Kami's silent support. Because I'm quirkless. The explosion of noise was immediate. Questions flew from all directions, disbelief warring with amazement. But that's impossible. The entrance exam dash. How did you dash? Silence. Aizawa's quirk activated again, his hair rising menacingly. The class fell quiet. What you've witnessed today is the result of dedication. Of refusing to accept artificial limitations. His eyes swept the crowd. Midoriya trained until his body could accomplish what your quirks do naturally. And he still managed to outperform all of you. The silence deepened as his words sank in. This is your wake-up call. He gestured to me. If someone with no quirk can achieve this level of ability, what's your excuse for not mastering yours? I watched understanding dawn on their faces. Even Bakugo seemed struck silent, though his hands still smoked slightly. That's all for today. Aizawa gathered his sleeping bag. Change and head back to class. Midoriya, a word. As the others filed away, I caught fragments of conversation. Did you see his form during the dash? No wonder he knew exactly how to use my quirk dash. Think he'd teach me that throw? Soon only Aizawa and I remained on the field. He studied me for a long moment before speaking. You could have sandbagged it. Kept your abilities hidden. Not my style. No. His lips twitched. I suppose it isn't. He pulled out another juice pouch. You've made things interesting for yourself. They'll all be watching now. Analyzing. Looking for weaknesses. Good. I smiled slightly. That means they're taking me seriously. They'd be fools not to. He punctured the pouch with unnecessary force. Though some might take it personally. Especially those with pride issues. Bakugo. Among others. He sipped thoughtfully. Your file mentioned a history there. Ancient history. Nothing's ancient at 15. His eyes held something like understanding. Just be careful. Pride makes people stupid, and stupid people are dangerous. Speaking from experience? Maybe. He crushed the empty pouch. Go change. And Midoriya? I paused. Good work today. The locker room hummed with conversation when I entered. Several discussions died immediately, replaced by not-so-subtle glances in my direction. Kirishima broke the awkward silence first. "Dude, you have to show me that throw technique. The grip strength too." Kaminari bounced on his toes. "My score was embarrassing compared to yours." "And the side jumps," Siro added. "How did you move so fast without dash?" "Let him breathe." Manga's speech bubble displayed as he tossed me a towel. "Pretty sure he's not going to share all his secrets on day one." The classroom felt different when we returned, like the air itself had shifted. Students clustered in small groups, discussing the day's events in hushed tones. Cammy claimed the desk next to mine. So much for keeping a low profile. Was that ever really the plan? Fair point. Before I could respond, Yaoyorozu approached our desks. Her perfect posture somehow managed to convey both authority and hesitation. "I hope I'm not interrupting," she began formally, "but I wanted to ask about your training methodology. The physics applications were fascinating, especially during the ball throw. Would you be willing to discuss the calculations involved?" Other students drifted closer, drawn by the conversation. Soon I found myself surrounded by questions about everything from proper stretching techniques to the optimal angle for long jumps. Even Todoroki seemed interested in the discussion. Her heterochromatic eyes studied me with an intensity that suggested she was re-evaluating several assumptions. Only Bakugo remained apart, his red eyes burning with an emotion I couldn't quite name. When the final bell rang, he was the first out the door. "Well," Cammy linked her arm through mine as we gathered our things. "That was an eventful first day." "You could say that. Think tomorrow will be calmer?" I thought of Aizawa's warning about pride, of Bakugo's calculating silence, of 20 pairs of eyes watching my every move. Somehow I doubt it. But that's why I'm here, I thought, feeling Cammy's warmth beside me. To go beyond. Plus ultra.